Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Okay, හරි. කී දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද? දැන් ඉන්නවා 21ක්. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බැජ් එක කියන්නේ Saturday group එකේ කී දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද?
සාමාන්‍ය සර් 55ක් 60කට වගේ ඉන්නවා. දැනට මේ කට්ටිය ජොයින් වෙනවා ගමන් සර්.
join වෙනවා. හරි. එහෙනම් අපි තව විනාඩි 5ක් 10ක් බලමු නේද?
හරි සර්.
හරි. Now we have around more than 40 නේ. Right, shall we start now? පටන් ගමුද අපි?
හරි සර්.
Right, okay. So, good morning to you all for the Saturday group. And I'm Brian Dunsford, attached to Department of Plantation Management. And this is the first time we are meeting, so nice to meet you all. Here onwards, I'm going to start the module on the topic Socio-Economic Policy and Legal Environment for Plantation Management. And there will be another subject from me in your future cases as well in your next year, right? Oh, yeah. So you can ask any question from me while I'm doing the lecture, and you can raise your hand from the button. And if you have any question, you can put it in the chat box, right? So I'm free to talk, and I want you to share your things because I know some of the, actually not some, most of you are working and you have different backgrounds and you have, you have different experience, especially in the plantation sector, agriculture sector, and some of you are entrepreneurs. So you have different ideas, right? Because you are adults. So you can engage with me, right? So no need to just listen, because just listening is not enough. And it's kind of a boring thing, right? Because I'm also looking at the screen, I'm talking. So it's better to have a two-way communication, right? So I'm free to talk. You can ask anything. If I'm saying, if you are thinking that, no, sir, this is not like that, it should be like this, okay, you can talk, right? You can ask any question, right? Okay, what is the best mode that you prefer? Shall I continue all the things in English, or you prefer more of a mixed language like Sinhala and English? What do you say? Because I know there are some people who can't understand Sinhala, right? So what is your best mode? How do you prefer? කොහොමද ඔයගොල්ලෝ prefer කරන්නේ? English best. Okay. So shall I continue in English then, right? So that's better, no? English. Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. English, right? I'm happy to hear, right? Because some of the cases, right, students are asking, please Sinhala පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න එහෙම කියලා අහනවා. This page is strong, huh? Okay. Anyway, right? It's easy for me as well. Okay. So I'm getting 3 messages. English, please. English, please. Okay. So it's okay, right? Okay. So I'm going to continue the program in English, right? Okay. How about others? It's okay to have English medium only or Sinhala plus? Okay, I'm not getting anything for Sinhala. All are saying English, right? I'm very happy to hear that because now, since you are now, I mean, we are in the new generation, and you are also representing. Most of you are from the Gen Z, I hope, right? Gen Z and late Gen Y, right? So yeah, that's better, right? Okay, English. Okay, we'll continue in English. If you don't understand anything, just let me know. Then I will explain more, right? Explain further, right? Okay, right. Then today our first. Wait, I'll share the. Okay, I'm going to turn off the video because sometimes I have experienced that some of you might be experiencing some data lags and receiving very poor communication due to the places where you are residing. So I'm going to turn off the video, but time to time I will be turning it on because otherwise you will feel disconnected, right? Because I can't see you, it's true, and you are sometimes not there. The avatars are there, right? You just turn on it and putting it in the record mode, and you are doing something else. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I should be available, right? Time to time in the video mode as well. Yeah. For the time being, I'm going to turn off the video, right? Okay. So we'll continue, right? I will share the presentation, right? Can you see the presentation? Okay, there's another message. English plus Sinhala. Okay, one request is there. Okay, Badrip, Pramod, right? Pramod,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes, yes.
Okay, what is the normal way of conducting lectures to your batch? Is it Sinhala or I mean, is it English or English plus Sinhala? What is the preferred mode?
Actually, I think the mixed language is better.
Mixed language.
Single and English and things.
Okay, if I do so, how many of you can't understand Sinhala in this group?
Maybe Tamil and
Huh?
maybe in Tamil and Muslim students can't
Okay, okay.
understand.
Okay, I'll do like this, right? Okay, I'll explain all the things in English, and time to time, if I need you to be understand some of the things in further, then I will definitely clarify them in single as well. So we'll do like that.
Yes, sir. That's better, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
that's better, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, then it's fine. Right. Okay, so wait. Can you see the slides now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Okay. So the topic is socio-economic policy and legal environment. So first you should understand why we have this type of subject in your degree program, because now we are dealing in the especially the degrees for the agriculture and plantation management. So you have to understand in this degree, right? You have agriculture, you have plantation, and more or less management, because now I mean, by having this course, ultimately your expectation is to be a manager. Ne? Manager කෙනෙක් වෙන්න තමයි අන්තිමට ඕනේ. So you have to manage and you have to know the things. You have to know how the macroeconomy and microeconomy works. So I'm not going to talk about the economic, I mean the basic economics, because you have already followed and completed that part. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to, okay, wait, first I need to put this into record mode. Yeah, give me a minute.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Right. Okay. So this subject is socio-economic policy and legal environment for plantation management. As I was saying, we are learning about the agriculture, plantation sector, and the management. So when you're doing management in these areas, you have to know what are the ongoing developments, right? What are the constraints, and what are the expectation of the society, community, and how you support the economy by managing your plantation or your agricultural setup as a manager, right? So you have to know these things. So that is why you are having this course, and we are going to learn different types of concepts, theories, and some of the some of the basic aspects, the updates, what's going on in the world, and what is happening in Sri Lanka, and how it impacts to our the agriculture setup, and how we can adapt to the setup, and what are the things that we can manipulate and get the advantage. So these things we are going to discuss. හරි? අපි ඒව තමයි කතා කරන්න යන්නේ. So this module intended to provide the students with first-hand information needed to understand and critically evaluate the various facets of development of a country in general, development of agriculture sector, plantation sector, and in particular, socio-economic development, development of agriculture sector in general, development of plantation and non-plantation sector. So I'm not going to discuss one by one. These things you can identify after following this course, right? Okay, so the first chapter is economic development or the economic growth, development, and sustainability. Nowadays, the sustainability is it's a very hot topic, not in Sri Lanka, but as a globe, as a world, right? We are thinking about sustainability because now we are realizing the way we used to consume things and the way we were doing until now, the things, the practices, the processes, and things, right? Those are not sustainable enough, or those, if you do so for another considerable amount of time, definitely it will fade off most of the scarce resources from the world. So that means sooner or later you will be in a chaos, right? So what you have to do is, first you have to identify what are the resources that you have to manage, what are the scarce resources, what are the things that you have to consume in a critical manner, and how you can find alternatives for that. So that is why the sustainability aspects coming into action, right? So we will discuss them later on. So this chapter we are going to discuss economic development, role of agriculture in economic development, plantation in the world economy, and plantation, agriculture, and non-plantation, right? Okay. So first, what is economic development? මොකක්ද economic development කියලා කියන්නේ? So can you give me your ideas? So Noni, if you are reluctant to speak, right? Because I always encourage you to speak, right? So better to put your microphone on and talk with me, right? I'm free to talk. I'm not going to criticize you, right? It's okay, right? We can't say when I'm asking you an idea, right? Sometimes it might not be the good fit, but you can't say that is the totally wrong idea because that is your idea, right? It's totally fine. So you can freely talk with me. You can give your ideas. You can propose anything that you want, right? Okay. Now, first of all, what is economic development? මොකක්ද economic development කියලා කියන්නේ? Right? You can put it in the chat box even, right? මොකක්ද economic development කියලා කියන්නේ? Yes, I need your answers. Okay. I'm waiting for your answers. Put it in the chat box, right? If you can talk, just if you are lazy to use your fingers and type, right? Turn on the microphone and speak. A long-term process where a community, region, or nation improves local living standards, job options, and overall well-being. Right. So no need to go through the Google and things and AI models. Right. Just type what you think. Right. Sometimes it might be a couple of words. Right. Process by which a nation improves the economic. Okay. The process of improving a country economic. Okay. What else? What else? What else? What you can say more? Economic grow up. Okay. Improve the people's living condition. Sure. Yes, that's also true. What else? Yes. What else? Tamanatin. What else? Tamanatin. Kian people's living condition. Yeah, that's all I got. Any more? Tamanatin. Increase the national income. Okay. So you mentioned about income, living conditions, what else? Economic growth, and improving country's economy, right? Region, nation, right? So many things. Okay, improving economic and quality of life cycle. Okay, livelihood. Yeah, that can be taken. Yes. Progressive procedure of all the economic practices. Okay, true. Quality of improving and GDP increase. Okay, right. Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, we'll continue the discussion, right? So later on you can add things, right? You can whatever the things that you think better, right? You can put it in the chat box, right? I'm free to listen to these things, right? Okay. So what I want to emphasize, so what is economic development? The three things that you mentioned, the points, the words that you took, all are correct. In Sri Lanka, what do you think? Because I'm have use of new technology and innovation. Correct. Yes. So if you think about the current situation in Sri Lanka, because time to time, I mean, the way I'm conducting this lecture is not the exact lecture I did did for the previous group. And that means in the last year, right? Because there are some things that we can happily disclose, right? මම ගිය අවුරුද්දේ මේ වගේම ඔයාලගේ කලින් බෙන්ච් එකට ලෙක්චර් එක කරනකොට කරපු විදිහට නෙමෙයි අද ලෙක්චර් එක කරන්නේ. මොකද මේ වෙනකොට තියෙන දේවල් වෙනස්. Because uh, by I mean you shouldn't have different spectacles, right? I mean the political frame, right? අපි අර political frame spectacle එකක් දාගෙන දේශපාලනීකරණය කරලා බැලුවොත් අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් වල වැරදි කියන්න පුළුවන්, හරි කියන්න පුළුවන් නේ. අපිට එහෙමනේ. අපිට හොඳයි කියලා හිතන දේවල් වල පොඩි දෙයක් කර වැරදි වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් වැරදි කියන තැන හොඳක් දකින්නත් පුළුවන්. That is your perception, that is your attitude, the way you see things. But now I'm not going to talk about the way you see things and your individual perceptions. I'm going to talk about the facts, actual facts that on the table, right? So if you have actual facts on the table, right, you can't deny it, ne? අපිට actual facts පේන්න තියෙනවා නම් මේක මෙහෙම වෙලා තියෙනවා right? Without having any doubts or any partial criticism, definitely you have to accept that. So that is what we are going to learn. So this will be a good turnout for you as well, because you will be learning so many things, what is going in the current system. Right. Okay. So economic development. So we'll think about first, true, the things you mentioned, economic development, that is true. Economic development means, so yeah, we'll break it down for a while, then we can continue the discussion. So economic development means you are developing the economy, right? Economy කියන එක මොකක්ද? development වල සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ සංවර්ධනය නේ. development. ඒතකොට සංවර්ධනය කිරීම, right? Okay. So term development can be defined as the process that creates growth, progress, positive change. So that creates growth, progress, positive change. Development means always it's a progression for a positivism, right? ඒක වැඩි වෙන්නේ. Develop වෙනවා කියන එක වැඩි වෙනවා, right? In addition of physical, economic, environmental, social, and demographic components. So you can see different components are there inside this term development. So the purpose is to rise in the level and quality of life of the population, right? That is the ultimate output that we are expecting, right? And creation or expansion of local regional income and employment opportunities. Because once you have good opportunities, good livelihood, and the good income, definitely the people are happy. They have, I mean, the affordability always high, right? So, but without damaging the resources of the environment, that is where this sustainability term comes in. And ඔන්න ඔය අපි damage කරන්නේ නැහැ. We are keeping something for the future generation use. That is where the sustainability come into play, right? Okay, making life better for people by improving their living, health, and education. Yes, that's also true, right? So I'm getting another message. Yes, making life better, right? So always, now you are working, now you are trying to acquire new qualification to your life. So you are going to have a degree, right? When you successfully complete this part or this degree program, definitely you will be a graduate, right? And you will be recognized as an educated person. Ne? අපි උගත් පුද්ගලයෙක් විදිහට අපිව demarcate කරනවා because you are learning, you are having very good cognition, right? You are getting so many things into your මොනවද කියන්නේ ඔයාගේ mind එක, right? So it will be enlarge your scope, the way you think, the way you see, right? So that is also development. Okay, we can move forward. So development process, right? So it's accumulation of assets sometimes, right? It should be high quality, durable, distributed and employed broadly throughout the society, right? Okay, so assets could be brought. I'm just continuing through the slides. After few slides, right, I'm going to have an overall picture for you, right? So assets could be broadly physical, mental, social resources or attribute creating goods, services, security and opportunities to derive well-being of the society, right? Okay. So for example, farm and business assets, infrastructure assets, human assets, technological assets. Okay, now you have good benchmark. What are the things that we can develop, right? Okay. So by having this idea, now think about the world scenario. ලෝකෙ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් හිතලා බලන්න. So what are the new developments in the world? Not in Sri Lanka, right? So we will discuss Sri Lanka later on. What are the new developments in the world? මොනවද ලෝකෙ තියෙන developments මේ දවස්වල දැන්? So you can see, right? Business assets, infrastructure, human assets, technological assets, right? So where we are now? Because now the major part or the production population always representing the Gen Z, right? Majority of the people now coming from the young blood representing the Gen Z. I think you know what is Gen Z, right? Gen baby boomers, X, Y, Z, and then Gen Alpha. Have you heard these things? You know these things, right? I need answers. Hello. Am I talking alone? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. ඔයාලට කියලා දීලා තියෙනවද generations ගැන ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නව නේද?
ඔව් සර් ටිකක් දන්නවා.
No, yes. Okay. So you have heard, right? So now Gen Z, the population, right, representing the, I mean, 30s, 30s, more than 20s, right? 20 34 වගේ ඉන්න වැඩ කරන පිරිස දැන් මේ ඉන්නේ Gen Z represent කරන්න, right? It's a different part, right? So I'm not going to waste my time. So you can Google it. So you can learn who are the Gen X, Gen Alpha, Gen Z, baby boomers, right? All the people, all the categories, you can identify them. So what I want to emphasize here in this case, right? The expectations, behaviors, perceptions are different, right? The way the people saw the world and the progression in 90s are not similar to the people who are in 20s and 2020s, right? 2000 හිටපු අයයි 2020 ඉන්න අයයි 90 ගණන් වල හිටපු අය බැලුවොත් මෙයාලා මේ ලෝකේ දකින්න විදිය ලෝකේ දියුණු වෙන්න ඕන විදිය දකින්න විදිය හරි වෙනස්, right? So I think you may have heard, right? So we had different milestones in the history of the world, right? So after World War there was industrialization, කාර්මිකකරණය ආවනේ, industrialization. මිනිස්සු වැඩ කරා නේද? ඒ කාලේ තමයි General Motors අනම්මන මොය ඇවිල්ලා ඒගොල්ලෝ වාහන හදලා Ford නේද? කවුද ටොයෝටා ඔය වගේ කතන්දර ගොඩක් ඇවිල්ලා වාහන ඇවිල්ලා වාහනත් එක්ක තව ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රියලයිසේෂන් කියන පැත්තට ආවේ, right? So that is how the industrial revolution began. So after that people recognized, they realized having industrialization won't help to keep the sustainability, right, in the world. So you have to think about more of the soft skills, soft things, the way you think, the sensors and what technology, right? So technology early it is always mechanical. Now it is more or less electronic, right? ඊට පස්සේ එනවා ක්ලවුඩ් වලට ඔය වගේ කතන්දර ගොඩක් එනවා. දැන් ලෝකේ දියුණු වෙන්නේ එහෙමයි. ඒතකොට ලෝකේ කතා කරන හැම තැනකදීම අපිට දකින්න තියෙන දෙයක් තමයි ලෝකේ දියුණු වෙනකොට හුඟක් වෙලාවට soft part එක වැඩි. That means earlier it was, right, creating something, right, producing something. So you will ultimately get the product and it will ease up the things, right? So many machines are there. Nowadays, the machine won't itself help to do the work, right? So you have to have the soft part. That means you are inserting a brain to it. So we call it as artificial intelligence, right? AI also playing a part. So I'm not going to distract from the main subject of today's lecture, right? Because we are talking about the socio-economic aspect, but you have to know these things, right? So what are the developments in the world? How you can see the world development, especially in the, let's say, past 5 years time? මේ පහුගිය අවුරුදු 5කට විතර development ගත්තොත් මොනවද ඔයාලට කියන්නේ? What are the things that you have heard, you have seen? What are the things? මොනවද දැකලා තියෙන්නේ? Yes? I need answers. I need you to talk. Otherwise, I will point you with your index number and I will ask you to give the answer. Don't be like that, right? You are also adults now, right? Yes, green revolution. True, right? That is also there. What else? What are the new developments that you can see in the world? Talk to me, please. Otherwise, I can continue this lecture as a monotonous lecture, right? I can read the slides, I can give you some examples, and I just pass this out. So it will not help you to get the new technologies and the ideas that you need to know, because now you are absorbing things not only from the slides, but you have to have a kind of a progression, like the positive discussion, right? කතා කරොත් තමයි ගොඩක් දේවල් දැනගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ, right? මොනවද තව තියෙන්නේ? මොනවද ඔයාලා මේ ලෝකෙ දකින්නේ? AI, yes, AI is there. AI කියනකට වඩා AI කොයි විදිහට use වෙලා තියෙන කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න පුළුවන් නම්? How it used in the industry? Okay, I will give you some examples, right? So for example, now you also doing the same thing, right? In our time, we didn't have ChatGPT, Claude, or Kimi, or whatsoever. We didn't have these things, right? We have to do it manually, right? We have to refer books, and sometimes we have to learn from the physical books. Now all the things are online. So what you can do, you can download it and you can feed it to the AI platform, and you can ask, okay, read this, summarize this. I want to do this assignment. Do it with 2 pages, right? Definitely it will quickly complete the task. But ultimately what happens, the idea, the brain always captured by the artificial intelligence, not by you, right? So what I want to say, if you want to use artificial intelligence, it's fine, but don't be a slave of the artificial intelligence, right? So you can use it as a slave. That's okay. But you have to have your writing skills, your cognitive skills, your processing skills, analytical skills. Otherwise, you will be a dumb person after completing all these things through AI, right? So don't be, right? Okay. So AI is there. And now the technologies, for example, nowadays, there are some war situations going on, right? What are the war situation in the world? Yes, hybrid vehicles, robots, autonomous. Okay, I'm getting answers, right? Robotic systems, drones, yes, right? Smart agriculture, nanotechnology, yes, protected agriculture, true, right? Okay, right. Now tell me, okay, let's go back to the world scenario, right? So when you think about the world scenario, these days there are some war situations going on. කොහෙද මේ වෙලාවේ යුද්ධයක් තියෙන මට රටවල් ටික කියන්න බෑනේ. Where? Israel, okay. Israel, America, right? Because America is supporting to Israel, right? They started as allies, now they are them podda virasaka vela inne. Yes, they are fighting with Iran. Yes. So Iran, Israel, and also America also taking a huge part. And the other part, yes, SpaceX, you are talking, yes, that's also there. Where else? Russia and Ukraine. Yes, correct. Russia and Ukraine. So you can see, then if you can remember the time where these war situations began, right? It was a huge, I mean, what do you call it? It's like a catastrophic event, right? So some parties are doing some nasty things, then in return they are getting the result. Likewise, it's kind of a thing, right? Always we are looking, we are focusing, right? Always we are searching for the peace and things, right? Now what happened when the things are escalating and continuing for a long time? Now nobody cares, ne? යුද්ධ තියෙනවාද අගහ ගන්නවද රුසියාව ගහ ගන්නවා යුක්‍රේනය මෙහෙම ගිහුවා ඩ්‍රෝන් එකක් ඇවිල්ලා රුසියාවේ පෝට් එකට එවුවා ඒගොල්ලෝ ගිහිල්ලා මෙන්න මේ ළඟදී මම දැක්ක අර ඉන්ඩිවිජුවල් මිනිස්සෙකුට ගිහිල්ලා ඩ්‍රෝන් එකක් ඇටැක් කරනවා I don't know whether you have seen it or not. So now it's a common thing in the world, right? Okay, කොහෙද යුද්ධයක් තියෙන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ ට්‍රම්ප් ගිහිල්ලා අරහට ගහනවා, right? හෝමෝස් නිකන් ගෙදර දොර වගේනේ. හෝමෝස් ඇරියා කියන හෝමෝස් වැහුවා කියනනේ. අපි ඊට කලින් හෝමෝස් we don't know what is homos. And when you say homos homos is straight, right? Now we know homos is not straight. Ne? අපි homos straight කඩ එක මෙහෙම තියෙන්නේ, right? So homos straight, now you know what is homos straight, where it is, and what are the adjacent countries. At least now you know geography, right? So what happened when you used to have that for a long time, it will be a common thing, right? But by having those things, others can't wait until they get the peacemaking and things. Somehow this world should go on, right? මේ ලෝකේ පැවතින්න ඕනේ. කවුරුත් මරා ගන්නවා, අපි ඔක්කොම දුක් වෙන්න ඕනේ, හෙට මල ගෙදර යන්න ඕනේ කියලා එහෙම නැහැ. එතකොට මේ මිනිස්සු ඒකට උදව් කරනවා නේ. ජපානයේ ඇවිල්ලා උදව් කරන් ජපානයේ අගමැති ආවා ඇමරිකාවට කතා කරන්න. නමුත් ට්‍රම්ප්ගෙන් ඒකට හොඳ උත්තරයක් හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ එයා වෙනම ගියා. So now they are trying to have alternate options, right? Earlier, because you know, I don't know whether you have, I mean, you know these things, right? So all the world economy is always based on the currency dollar, because there's another dollar that is also dollar state called petrodollar, right? So where you can have, you can do the transactions using dollars, that is US dollars, and the infrastructures, securities, and things will be undertaken by the US government, right? So that is why always all the things are, all the FOBs, that is fee on boards and things, always lying, all are defined under US dollars, ne? අපි මොන හරි ගත්තොත් ඩොලර් වලින් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ වත්කම ගත්තොත් අපිට ලංකාවේ ඩොලර් බිලියන මෙච්චරක් තියෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒක රුපියල් වලින් කියන්නේ. Nobody cares, because that is the world accepted currency. So what I want to emphasize is the ruling party, right? Earlier it was US, but nowadays US they are doing some nasty things, and now people are seeing accepting dollar and accepting things in the market under the US consent and US conditions and rules might not be materialized in the future, right? So what are the huge or the major players in the near future? Definitely it must be, or it should be, China, Russia, right? Because now Russia also, because earlier there was some the ban imposed by the US government. That means if you want to get crude oil from Russia and Russian countries, Ukraine also there. So if you want to do the transaction, if you want to do the business, not from the Iran and the Middle East part, definitely the US government, they will not support for the infrastructure and other things, right? So they don't want to do that because always, the Russia and the US, they are having some, again, they are rival countries, even though they are meeting and doing some discussions. That is how they behave. That is not recent thing that happened for long period of time. So, but when you are doing it for the Middle East, they provided all the other infrastructures and the communication things, right? But now what happened with this woke situation? Now new avenues are open, right? So now people, all the countries, China and other countries, Japan, right? So now they are thinking about the alternative sources for their crude oil demand, right? Somehow they have to fulfill it because you have to run the country. So now the things in the economy also changing. So that means it's a huge impact for the US economy, right? US economy එකට එන ඩොලර් ගලාගෙන එන ටික දැන් නවතිනවා නේ alternate options වලට යනවා. So for example, in Sri Lanka, we have, for example, the plantation sector, we are exporting our products. For example, tea, right? What are the major destinations of tea products? Oh, our tea, අපේ ලංකාවේ හදන තේ කොහටද අපි export කරන්නේ? Huh? Where we export? Yes. කොහටද අපි export කරන්නේ? Where we export our tea products. ලංකාවේ tea වල major destination එකක් තමයි ඉරාන්, right? Ukraine. හරිද? ඔය කියන රටවල වල අපි export කරනවා, right? Yes, UK. Yes. Now what happened? දැන් හිතන්නකෝ දැන් ඉරානේ ලොකු යුද්ධයක් ඉන්නේ, නේ? ඒගොල්ලෝ ගහ ගන්නවා එහෙ මොනවද යන නැව් වලට ගහනවා ප්‍රශ්න ගොඩයි. දැන් ඔය ලෝකේ තියෙන ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඉන්න කවුද? ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ නායකයා නැත්නම් ඒගොල්ලන් ලීඩර් විනාශ කරනවා අලුතෙන් ඉලෙක්ට් වෙන කෙනෙකුට මිසයිල් එවනවනේ. දැන් ඔය තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න ආසේ අපි ගිහිල්ලා යනවා මේ අපේ තේ තියෙනව ගන්නවද කියලා ඇහුවොත් මොකද කියන්නේ? දැන් මේ මිනිස්සුන්ට තේ බොන එකද මේ වෙලාවේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ? නෑ, definitely නේද? අපිට we are going to lose our market in the Middle East. So that means you have to find alternatives. Otherwise, you can't survive in the long run, right? Because we are not thinking about the short period because you can't say, okay, it's for a 2 months time, then we can sell our products for the Iran and the other countries. No, you can't say because at the early stage, Trump also forecasted this will be a easy thing, right? This will be easy thing, right? 1 or 2 weeks after, all the things will be fine, right? All the things will be as previous, right? Okay, you can do the business. But what happened when they challenged the Iran, right? Things were bit difficult and different, right? ඒගොල්ලෝ හිතුවේ ඊට කලින් ඔයාලට මතක නම් වෙනිසුලාවේ, right? So when Trump ordered that mission to go overnight, right, go and capture the president of Venezuela and do that bargaining and things and converting the regime upside down and things fine, okay, overnight you can do, but that is not the human right. So somehow they did that. So they applied the same practice to Iran, and that is where they hit their head on the wall, right? So now things are a bit difficult. Ukraine also same, no? රුසියාව හිතුවා අපි යුක්‍රේන්ට දවස් දෙකයි ගිහිල්ලා ඔය ටික ගහලා ඉවර කරනවා කියලා. තාම යුද්ධ යනවානේ, right? Because Ukraine, they showed their power, their weapons, their things, how they defended their country, their land, right? So things are a bit difficult. But now, since they started the war, it is prevailing. But now, most of the countries, they don't care. They are vigilant, right? They are vigilant and they are looking what is happening and they are looking very carefully what is going to happen, how it impacted their economy and how it will be cause their future transactions and things. That is there. But you can't stop and watch until they do all the mess and complete it. No, you can't do so. So that means definitely the countries should move on. Right? So this is, now we are talking about most developed countries. Now think about Sri Lanka. Then හිතන්න ලංකාව ගැන අපි කතා කරන්නේ. AI technology also there, right? What are the technological improvements? AI, sensors, cloud-based, right? Plenty of things that we can discuss. Okay. In the meantime, you are having a war situation, economic crises, right? All the things are there. Okay. That is the world platform. Now we are, as a tiny country in the world, right? think about Sri Lanka. What is going on inside the Sri Lanka? Right? Lanka ගැන දැනගන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා අපි දැනගන්න බෑ. Okay. So changes in Sri Lankan economy. These are from previous, this is from the history. Then we can talk about the recent things and what is going on in the current situation, right? Okay. So changes in Sri Lankan economy. In 1948, island's foreign exchange derived from commercial agriculture, right? So you can see, 1948 කියන්නේ මොකක්ද ඒ කාලේ? මොකක්ද වෙනස? 48 කියන්නේ මොන අවුරුද්දද? සුද්දාසීරා නේද? ඊට පස්සේ අපි නිදාස් හම්බෙන්නේ. එතකොට 48 වෙනකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? Island foreign exchange derived from commercial agriculture. So normally in Sri Lanka, right, once the British identified Sri Lanka as a British colony, they start cultivation in Sri Lanka. Because earlier also when there were colonial rulers coming to Sri Lanka, they identified some of the crops that we can grow in Sri Lanka are unique, and our climate, our conditions are very unique. So you can grow some of the, for example, spices, right? Some of the foreigners, they came to Sri Lanka to get the spices for pepper, cardamom, right? So they received, because most of these things, right, we are also same alike the condition in the Indian regions, right? India වගේම තියෙනින්ද අපිට පුළුවන් වුණා ඒ ටික හදන්න. And also we are in the middle of the sea trade, නේ? මුහුදේ තියෙන සේදමාවත මුහුදු මාර්ග හරහා වැටලා තියෙන හොඳ destination එක. So that is why we called as Pearl of Indian Ocean. So in this part, in Sri Lanka, they identified the potential for agriculture. So earlier it was only for spices. Then after the British colony, right? Because at that time, India also under the British colony, Sri Lanka under the British colony, so many countries, right? They invaded these countries and they ruled it, right? So they identified the potential and the sources and the resources inside the country. So they exploited. I can exploit kara. So they started plantations in Sri Lanka. So I think you also know we have the oldest research institute for rubber research, right? Rubber, they started cultivating commercially in Sri Lanka. And they started the plantation sector from coffee actually, right? Coffee වලින් පටන් ගත්තා. It was a තේ හදන්න පටන් ගත්තා, right? So what they did under colonial rule, they started plantations and they started the business, right? So they exported to other countries and for the United Kingdom as well. So they exported it. So this is kind of the economic hub, right, in Sri Lanka, based on the agricultural commodities. So in 1950s, less value in exports created decline in terms of trade. Now things are a bit different because now after having the independence, now people are thinking, අයියෝ අයි ඒ කාලේ අපිව මේ සුද්දා දාලා ගියේ නේද? යටත් විජිතයක් විදිහට තිබ්බනම් අදටත් අපි සතුටින් ජීවත් වෙනවනේ කියන මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා, right? So that is there. But we have to understand, because somehow sooner or later definitely you have to be an independent population, right? So you can't depend on some other population. So that is not the way we were in our past in King's era. So beginning in the early 1960s, government intervened free market economy by import-export regulation. So after 1967 to 72, right? So at that time, they started the free market economy. Nidahas velanda arthikira, right? You can import whatever the thing you want from the globe, right? From the world. And you can export whatever the thing that you produce in Sri Lanka. Ultimately, what happened? You imported so many things, ne? Chinese then. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් nowadays, if you buy Sri Lankan flag from the Colombo fort, right? You can see it is made in India. Sorry, made in China, right? ලංකාවේ ජාතික කොඩිය ලංකාවේ හදලා විකුණුවොත් එකකට කොස්ට් එක අපි කියමු රුපියල් 300ක් වෙනවා කියලා. ඒක රුපියල් 100ට තව ටැක්ස් ඔක්කොම ගහලා 150ට ඉම්පෝර්ට් කරලා 300ට විකුණන්න පුළුවන් 150ක profit එකකුත් තියන එකට එක. So that is how they mastered the economies of scale, right? ඒගොල්ලෝ වැඩිපුර නිෂ්පාදනය කරලා එහෙම විකුණනවා. ඉතින් හිතන්නකෝ ලංකාවේ කොඩිය made in China එනකොට, right? So that is how we started our economy to what do you call to decay, to fade off, to wash off, right? Because always cash outflows are higher than cash inflows. ලංකාවෙන් එළියට cash යන ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි වුණා එන ප්‍රමාණයට වඩා. Because we were not thinking about industries, we were not thinking about the services, right? So this is because of the free market. So there are pros and cons, right? So you can't say it is too bad because otherwise we were always in a kind of a dome, right? We don't have that technology. For example, the North Korea, ne? North Korea මේ වෙනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ පාවිච්චි කරන හැටි, ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්න හැටි, ඒගොල්ලෝ use කරන phones, ඒගොල්ලන්ට තියෙන rules, right? ඒවා වෙනස්. So you can't stay like that, right? So trend accelerated between 70 to 77, right? So that is where this free market started. Then 78 economy was liberalized with policy reforms. So 78, all the things are liberalized, right? JR Javardhan thought he did, right? So economy became more diverse from 1980s onwards. Now you have free economy, right? So television came into the action. TV radio channel patanganno, vehicles import කරනවානේ කරත්ත පැත්තකින් තියලා වාහන. So we also had different types of entrepreneurs, but they were not there, right? At that time අහලා තිනේ රේ විජේවර්ධනනේ. එතකොට තව කවුද? Candos එකේම තියෙන කාගේද? උපාලි, right? Upali group. So they started so many Upali කියලා වෙනම කාර් එකක් ගැහුවා, right? So that අපිට ඒව ගැන කියන්න විතරයි පුළුවන් නේ. සීගිරිය තිබ්බා සුද්දා මේ සුද්දාට කියන්නේ තාම ඒවනේ. සීගිරිය ටෙක්නොලොජි එක ගැන කතා කරනවා, වතුර මල් ගැන කතා කරනවා. නමුත් තාම අපිට මේ දවස්වල කතා කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ, right? Because now we are depending on other technologies coming. අපි Apple phone එකක් එනකම් බලන් ඉන්නවා purchase කරන්න. You are not trying to develop one, right? Okay, changes in agriculture sector. So that is the background, right? So then background එක මම කිව්වා, right? So before the colonization, rural and subsistence farming were there. So that is because, right? So if you read the book of the writer, කවුද? I don't remember his name. ලංකාව ගැන පොතක් ලිව්වේ කවුද මතක නම් කියන්න මේ යටත් විද්‍යාඥයෙක්ද? එයා තමයි ලංකාව ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. මේ මෙහෙමයි ඉස්සර වරිච්චි බිත්ති තිබ්බේ මෙහෙමයි, මිනිස්සු වැඩ කරේ මෙහෙමයි, කෑම බීම මෙහෙමයි, ආරච්චිලා හිටියේ මෙහෙමයි. ඒ ඔක්කොම කතා කරපු මට එයාගේ නම මතක නැහැ. Robert Knox. Thank you very much. Robert Knox. Yes, Robert Knox. Yes, Robert Knox. If you read that book, then you can identify how our subsistence farming, right? How the culture bond with the farming system in Sri Lanka. ලංකාව කොයි විදිහට තිබුණේ කාලයකට යාලට මහට වැඩ කරන්නේ යාල කන්නේ මහ කන්නේ ඔය දෙකම තියෙනවා. So having the monsoonal rains, right? So they are doing their cultivation. Some are having paddy, some are having some other crops, cash crops, right? Samaru miris හදනවා and Chena cultivation, right? Very diverse, and it is also sustainable because they didn't apply chemicals at that time. ඒ කාලේ chemicals apply කරේ නැහැ. So they had some what do you call locally accepted methods to chase away the insects, right? And the pests, right? So they had different local modes, but nowadays we are adhering so many technologies, chemicals and things. So things are not as sustainable in the previous or the before colonization setup. ඒ කාලේ තිබ්බ විදිහට දැන් කරගන්න බෑ. But it is subsistence. ඒ මිනිස්සුන්ගේ තියෙන අවශ්‍යතාවයන් හරි අඩුයි නේ. අද වෙනකොට බලන්නකො අපිට තියෙන අවශ්‍යතාවයන් අපිට නේ ෆෝන් එකෙන් බලන්න ඕනේ, සෝෂල් මීඩියා යන්න ඕනේ, රටේ ලෝකෙ වෙනේම බලන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කාලේ මිනිස්සුන්ට එච්චර අදාළ නැහැ. මොනවා හරි කොහෙන් හරි ඇහෙන දෙයක් දවස කාලා බීලා සතුටින් ජීවත් වෙනවා. නේ? ඒ මිනිස්සුන්ගේ needs අඩුයි. Now things are a bit complicated. Not bit actually. It's very complicated, right? So during the colonization, that is from 1505 to 1948, introduction of the plantation crops, right? That is where the plantation play happened in Sri Lanka. Plantations කියන කාවේ ලංකාවට ඔන්න ඔය කාලේ තමයි. මොකද මේ plantation කියන එකේ වෙනස? Normal agriculture වලයි plantation වලයි වෙනස මොකද? What is the difference between the plantation setup and the normal agriculture? That means for example the paddy cultivation. Plantation में paddy කොහොමද වෙනස් වෙන්නේ? Yes. කොහොමද වෙනස් වෙන්නේ? Commercial purposes. Okay. Can you get the idea about the nature of the plantation setup and the normal rural or whatever the domestic agriculture setup? Plantation setup එකේ අනිත් agriculture setup එකේ තියෙන වෙනස්කම් මොනවද? What are the differences? Plantation is large scale, commercial purpose. Okay, right. Yes, plantation large scale, that's also true. What else? So, if you think about the operating system inside the plantation, so most of the plantations, people who are working inside the plantation as laborers, they are residing inside the plantation, right? More or less, because nowadays things are different. Now labor scarcity happens. Now they have to go for the what do you call um, manpower companies and so. But normally plantations using more technologies. Yes. What happened in plantation setup, right? All the things are confined into the same place, right? So the plantation is there, factory also nearby, people living inside the plantation, right? They are operating as a unit, right? So that is, and there is a separate system, right? Labor, Kangani, what Lokumahatya, Sinnadore, Periyadore, right? So they have bungalows, setups, right? It's a total different setup. So that means plantations at the early time, because I have no time to explain all the things in the plantation setup. This happened because when the colonial rulers tried to start this plantation sector in Sri Lanka, the civilians in Sri Lankans or the Sri Lankans, right? They refused to work at plantations, right? Because they always thought about the pride. අපු අපි ඕක වෙල්ල උඹලගේ වහල් විදිහට වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ. අපිට බෑ ඔය වැඩ කරන්න. අපිට කාලා බීලා අපි ජොලි ඉන්න එක සැපයි කියලා කවුරුත් ආවේ නැහැ. At that time, what they did, the rulers, okay, so you are not involving in this business, definitely we are going, because plantation sector always very labor intensive, right? So you have to find labor somehow one way or another, because now there are some aspects for the technology improvement, mechanization and so, but still it is labor intensive product, and the production setup also labor intensive. So definitely, for example, tea, you have to have tea pluckers, ne? So you have to have people to supervise that. So that part should be done through people. So if the people from the native country reluctant and all the other favorable setting is there, what you can do, you have to import the labor. So that happened at that time. The colonial rulers, they imported the labor from the South India. දකුණු ඉන්දියා මිනිස්සු ගෙන්නවා. That is why still you have the people called Vatu Demala. Vatu Demala කියලා වෙනම category එකක්. Now they are mixed. Now the cultures are different. Now those are not there. But still, right? Most of the Tamil people, they are descent from the Indian ancestors. So they came here and they were kept inside the plantation, right? They were not allowed to go outside. Now the globalization, social media, unionization, so many things are there. So you can't say that they should be inside this dome, because that's not the way, because now the voice is much stronger than before, right? So at that stage, they imported people only for the labor. So they had cheap labor at that time from India, right? So in this, the plantation setup is totally different because of this, right? So after the independence, two subsectors, right? Paddy and other field crops and plantation crops. So you can see nowadays we are not concerning about the plantation setup as a major income source in the Sri Lankan economy. At that stage, plantation sector played the major role, because most of the countries in the world identified Sri Lanka as Ceylon because of these products. අපි තාම සිලෝන් ටී කියලා කතා කරන්නේ. සිලෝන් ටී ලංකාවේ කොෆිත් එහෙමයි ඒ දාලේ. Coffee Ceylon tea, rubber Lanka purosma crepe rubber hadan, right? So we are producing that. So that is the brand because of these products. That is how they identified the country, right? Lanka නැත්නම් අඳුරන්නෙත් නැහැ. Then cricket team the පොඩ්ඩක් දන්නවා, right? So that means you can identify the potential of the plantation sector in Sri Lanka. But if you compare the focus, the priority given by the previous governments and this government also, right? It is very less comparative to the demand in the world. ලෝකේ තියෙන ඉල්ලුමට සාපේක්ෂව අපි දෙන demand එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි දෙන මොනවද කියන්නේ අපේ දෙන අවධානය අඩුයි. right? ඒක තමයි මේ කියන්නේ. Okay, so structural transformation, changes in the relative weight of economy, significant components and its output with respect to countries' growth, GDP, right? අපි GDP එක ගැන කතා කරනවානේ. So when a country experiences economic growth and development in its structure, tends to change, right? So yeah, we discussed this part. So distribution of economic output shift from agriculture to industrial and then to the service sector. So if you look at the Sri Lankan setup, as I mentioned early, after the post-colonial era, still we depended with the agriculture sector. ඒකාලෙත් agriculture sector එක තමයි වැඩිපුර තිබුණේ නේ. පෙරදිග ධාන්‍යාගාරය කරලා ලංකාවේ නේද? බත බුලතින් සරු කරනවා කියලානේ කිව්වේ. අදටත් ඒ කතා කියනවා අපි. එතකොට අපි මේ මොනවද කියන්නේ? දැන් අලුත් සහල් මංගල්‍ය. මොනවද මේ කරන්නේ? අපි තිබුණේ ඉකොනොමි එක සහ අපේ කල්චරල් බොන්ඩ් එක තනිකර ඇග්‍රිකල්චර්. ඊට පස්සේ මේක මාරු වෙනවා. right? Industrial කියන එක අපි it's not a stable phase in Sri Lanka. Because of this industrial revolution, people used to work as industrial part in Sri Lanka, but ultimately we didn't succeed on that. Right? So then we moved to the service sector. Now we have kind of a good place in the world because we identified as a good service destination. For example, for the hospitality, right? We are a good tourism destination. ලෝකේ තියෙන අර යන්න පුළුවන් හොඳම ටුවරිසම් අයිලන්ඩ් වලින් එකක් විදිහට 10න් හැමදාම টොප් හරි 2 හරි 3 හරි තැන්වල Sri Lanka ඉන්නවා because of the hospitality, because of the apparel sector. We are offering, right? We are offering our knowledge because of the IT sector, right? People are working as software engineers, right? So that means always we are offering services, but so it's okay, right? So depending on the service sector, that is also a good thing. But the thing is, if something happened in the global context, it will definitely directly impact on the GDP in Sri Lanka because of this service sector, right? The common and classic example is the COVID. COVID ආවට පස්සේ මොකද ලංකාවේ service sector එක නන්නත් ආරලා ගියා. Right? So those are the risks that you should understand. Okay, technical progression is seen as and it improves productivity. Okay, if you look at this one, this is only for the 2023, the figures are a bit different, but the trend is similar. So you can see here, the services sector plays more than 50%, more than half of the GDP contribution coming from the service sector. That means service sector එක ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා ඔක්කොම apparel තියෙනවා, tourism තියෙනවා, IT sector තියෙනවා, right? අපි නේ අපේ උගක් අය නේ ගෙදර working from home. එතකොට මොනවද online වැඩ කරන්නේ? ඔයගේ කතන්දර ගොඩක් තියෙනවානේ. එතකොට ඒ තියෙන දේවල් එක්ක මොනවද? අපි offer කරනවා, services offer කරනවා. Ultimately, we are generating money from the international ventures, from international businesses, right? So then the second major part is from the industry. Industry also plays a part, right? But that is also in the second place. And you can see agriculture, right? So you can see 7.92 in 2013, then 8, 8, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8. So that is the range, right? So this is not because of reducing the capacity. This is because we are not prioritizing our production. This is because what we used to do in 30 or 40 years back, sometimes it is 50 or 60 years back, still we are continuing it now. නේ අපි අදටත් එහෙම නෙමෙයිද? දැන් අදටත් අපි මඩ පොහොර කියලා පොහොර ගහනවා නේ, යූරියා ගහනවා. කොහොමද කරන්නේ? But there are different fertilizer mixes where you can apply නේ. Earlier, sometimes you don't know how to apply the dose. Sometimes what you do, what your parents used to do නේ. අම්මා තාත්තා කරන්න පරම්පරාවෙන් ගොවිතැන්නම් කරන්නේ ඒ කරපු විදිහටම අර මල්ල ගේනවා apply කරනවා. But now there are different things. Some of the places are barren lands because of scarce of labor. So if you have labor scarcity, you can go for new technologies. If you have the capital, if you can spend capital, right? For example, applying fertilizers and pesticides, you can go for, if it is paddy, definitely you can go for drone technology. You can apply through a drone the day task that you used to do during the day, sometimes you can complete within 1 or 2 hours time. දවසක් තිස්සේ කරන වැඩේ පැය දෙකෙන් තුනෙන් ඉවර කරගන්න පුළුවන්. That is how the technological improvements happen in the world. But adaptation of these technologies into Sri Lankan setup is bit difficult. Sometimes it is because of the capital, sometimes it is because of the attitude. නේ? ලංකා මිනිස්සුන්ට දෙයක් අලුතෙන් දෙන්න හරි අමාරුයිනේ. So what happened? Always it keeps its the proportion like this. ලංකාවේ තියෙන ඉඩ ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වෙනවා. ඒක ඇත්ත. ඇයි ඒ? මිනිස්සු ගෙවල් හදනවා, නේද? buildings හදනවා, අර cropping land එක අඩු වෙනවා. All are true. But what you can do, you can increase the efficiency. For example, in Israel වල හරියට හොඳට බිම පසක්වත් නැහැ. So they are always going for the protected agriculture, in-house agriculture. අපි ෆ්ලැට් වල නිකන් බිම ලොකු ඒරියාවක් අරගෙන හදනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ vertically තමයි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ දේවල් වගා කරන්නේ. ඒවත් control all are automated. අර පැල ටික හදලා දෙන්න විතරයි කවුරු හරි අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ එක්කෙනෙක් හරි දෙන්නෙක් හරි all are sensor based, right? Artificially ඇතුලේ මොනවද UV lights පවා දාලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉරේලි වැඩක් නැහැ. So they are manipulating the photosynthesis as well. So that is how they increase the production. That is where the new technology plays a major part. But in Sri Lanka, we are still depending on the cultural setup now. ලංකාවනේ අපි authentic කියලා කිව්වට ලංකාව බැලුවොත් එහෙම මම නම් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ දැන් ඉස්සරහට ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙනවා. මොනවද? labor දැන් මේ ඉන්න the existing labor aging, right? They are aging. They are next generation, their sons and daughters, they don't work there, right? Sometimes they are having the education, some are having degrees, right? After having a degree, they will never come back to the plantation. Definitely they will go for the capitals and find good jobs, right? And they like to work as managers, right? And supervisors. Sometimes there are some odd jobs that you can do, right? Because now in Sri Lanka, the gig economy, you know what is gig economy? Gig economy means the economies that we can get quick money, but it is also volatile. For example, Pick Me, Uber, pizza delivery, right? There are different odd jobs are there. No? This is under the gig economy. So when you have, if you come to the Colombo and if you observe, right, in a major ගාලු පාරේ ඔන්න කොළඹ බම්බල පිටියේ දිහා ගිහලා චුට්ටක් වෙලා බලන් හිටියොත් මිනිස්සු කී දෙනෙක් දකින්න පුළුවන්ද Uber Eats අරන් යනවා, Pick Me Food, Pick Me ඔය මොනවාද ටුක් ටුක්, හරිද? ඔය වගේ කීයක් දේවල් තියෙනවා. So plenty of options. So if you work hard, definitely you can earn 15,000 20,000 per day. So that you can't take that from the plantation setup. So the people who used to work inside the plantation, now they are old, so they can't go for new technologies, and so they will not come. They will retain in the plantation and do the work. But ultimately, when they are unable to work inside the plantation, what will happen to the plantation? So that is where this technology should play the major role inside the plantation, not in the plantation, and also for the overall agricultural setup. So that means if you are not thinking about the technology and things, I don't know, you can't retain this 8% also. මේ 100%ත් ඉතුරු වේද දන්නේ නැහැ. ඔය මම කියන දේවල් හොඳට analyze කරලා බලන්න. Okay, GDP share of agriculture. So GDP from agriculture in Sri Lanka decreased to this million, right? කීයද නැත්නම් රෝසිසේනා නායක වගේ වෙනවා මමත් මිලියන ගාන in the first quarter of 2025 and the fourth, right? Okay, so I'm going to skip this part, you can read it. So GDP share, you can see this is for 2025. So we can have the recent figures now from the census and statistic. I will show after the break, right? The statistic, how you, or otherwise you can Google it and you can analyze that part. So GDP growth rate in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's economy expanded by 4.8 year on year in the first quarter of 2025. Easy from, because these slides are taken from the previous lecture, that is why. So we will look at the recent figures, then you can have the recent value. While the industrial sector lost some momentum, it remained a key driver of growth, rising 9. Okay, so ultimately what you should know this, right? So because you can't analyze by having 1 year data, so you have to have at least 10 years data, then you can forecast. If you look at the Sri Lankan setup, right? Okay. If you look at the Sri Lankan setup for last 10 years time, what you can say, because still I didn't come to the most updated values, right? What you can say, අපි 2026 පැත්තක ඉඳලා 2025 වෙනකන් කල්පනා කරමුකෝ. Right, from 2015 to 2025, what are the major challenges that we faced? We had COVID-19, right? We had economic recession, right? What else? Huh? We had a war, actually it's from 2009, right? It's from 2000, yes, it's from 2009. So anyway, we are recognized as a developing country, සංවර්ධන වෙමින් පවතින රටක්, right? Because we are so unlucky to see this country as a developed country. We'll see, right? You have to keep your fingers crossed, but that is because of the challenges that we are facing, right? And recently we faced Ditwa as well, right? So that means if you are not, your economy is not strong enough to absorb this type of challenges, definitely you will collapse. So in Sri Lanka, you can see the GDP growth rate, now it is bit positive, right? So if you look at this one, until 2019, the plantation sector, coconut, rubber, and tea, you can see there's a decrease trend, right? Decrease in trend in until 2019. So if you look at further until 2025, we'll go through all these records, right? Make up website එකට ගිහලා මේ ටික බලමු. මොකද අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම organic fertilizer දාලා මොනවාද inorganic fertilizer ban කරා, right? So that is also a huge impact for the agricultural setup. So we'll check on that, right? These updates we will check after the break, right? Okay, then if you look at the country's classification by income, where we are now, ලංකාව දැන් මේ වෙනකොට කොතනද ඉන්නේ කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවද? Can anybody tell? ලංකාව මේ වෙලාවේ කොතනද ඉන්නේ? Low income ද, low middle ද, upper middle ද, high income ද? Low middle income. Okay. So this is the classification we are having, right? So you can see in the 2019, 2020, and 26, right? So you can see in 2020, July 1st records, we were in the lower middle income, right? But actually it's very, very fortunate to see now we are in the upper middle income. This is from the records. You can Google it and you can see in 2026, July 1, now we are in the upper middle income level, right? So that is how the records are showing. That means now we are developing, right? So we are having different criticisms about different politicians, political parties, the way they behave. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, we are talking about the facts and figures on the table. අපි මේ තියෙන facts and figures ගැන තමයි කතා කරන්නේ. එතකොට facts and figures වලින් if they proved and if they find the money and they showed the progression, definitely you have to accept that, right? So we are luckily now in the upper middle income. That is why I said most of the facts and the figures, the way I criticized things last year for your previous batch, now the things are different. So now I am telling a different story, right? මම ගිය අවුරුද්දේ මේක තිබ්බේ low middle income කියන එක තමයි highlight කරලා තිබුණේ. Now it's upper middle income, right? So that is a good thing, right? Because when you see the income level and the behavior of the citizen, then you can argue, නේ. So ඔහොම කිව්වට කොච්චර මිනිස්සුන්ට එදා වෙලා කණ්ඩත් නැහැ, මහස උසට ගණන් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ බඩු ගන්න විදියක් නැහැ, right? Yes, you can say that. But these are calculated from the total earnings that we are having and from the expenditures, right? Somehow people are living now. Those days, if you go to the market and if you talk with several random guys, definitely they will say, yes, we are having some issues. Yes, we are having some hardships. even we have hardships, we have things to buy, right? We can somehow we can afford the things and we can do our day-to-day lifestyle with this economy. That means again the economy is strong, right? So upper middle income means now the sector, the global sector, the international people, they are seeing, okay, this is a very good potential place to invest. That means foreign direct investments are coming inside the country. ඒගොල්ලෝ බලනවා දැන් මේක අප මිඩල් වලට නැගලා කියලා මේගොල්ලන් ප්‍රෝග්‍රස් එකක් තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් මේ ලංකාව දැන් ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරන්න හොඳ තැනක්. මේ වෙලාවේ ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරොත් අපිට ඇඩ්වාන්ටේජ් එකක් තියෙයි. That is why nowadays people are more concerned on the port city because when they started the port city, right, it was just a land and I think the most of its the land already leased to the China. නේ? They created it, but now the current government is trying to capitalize what is abundant, right? So it's a good thing, right? As I mentioned, this is not about any political progression or something. We are talking about the facts on the table, right? Okay, so in present Sri Lanka, it is upgraded to upper middle income category. So GDP in 2025 is what? GNI, if that is gross national income per capita, it was lower middle income. And you can see here the range also different, right? මේ 2020 බලන්න low income කියලා නම් තියෙන්නේ ඩොලර් කීයද? 1036ට අඩුනා. දැන් ඒක 1175 වෙලා because of the inflation, right? The prices of the consumer goods, right? The things in the living baskets, right? Basket එකේ අපේ consumer goods වල basket එකේ තියෙන proportion එක. So upper middle income also, right? In 2020, it's 4,046 to 12,535. Now it is 4,636 to 14,375. So that is the upper middle income, right? So it is much higher than the figures in the 2020, and still we are lucky to secure the upper middle income stage, right? So it's called Balagan Pula. So contribution of services industry, I discussed these things, media population, right? We are going to discuss these ones. Okay. So the socio-economic indicators, right? Okay. The next part is socio-economic indicators, and we have to continue, and shall we take only 5 minutes break? එක දිගට කතා කරමින් අපි විනාඩි 5ක break එකක් ගමු. Then we have activity to do. Wait. Yeah. Oh, no, we'll complete this part. That's better, right? පොඩ්ඩයි තියෙන්නේ. So income is not only the factor deciding the development, right? That is true. අපිට හම්බෙන මුදල් වලින් අපේ රටේ වත්කම කියන development එකක් කතා කරන්න බෑ. It is socio-economic. Socio factor, economic factor, both are there. මේ දෙකම ගැන අපි consider කරන්න ඕනේ. So other than the economic income, we can think about the human asset index. That is health, education, those are under human assets index. So you know in Sri Lanka we have good health sector, right? Free health in Sri Lanka, free medicine. Then education, we have free education. That's also a very strong thing. In other country, if you visit, right, sometimes you can't take good education if you don't have money. So that is also a good point, right? Thanks to the free education. I'm also a product of free education, right? Because I'm not shame on that, right? මමත් නිදහස් අධ්‍යාපනයේ product එකක්. මමත් ඔය වගේම ඇවිල්ලා දැන් ඔයාලා මේක pay කරලා කරන්නේ, right? So you are paying this, but in my time, right, we studied and we passed our O-level examinations, A-level examination, then we got selected to the state university, and we were under the state university, and then we did masters. That is we paid for that, right? So likewise, now we also came in the same pipeline, and we are product of Sri Lankan free education, right? So once you have a good educated population inside your country, it's a good sign for the development because people are tech savvy, people are literate, right? They know how to read, how to write, right? Their cognition, their processing, their analytical part, all are in higher states. So that is how you can measure, okay, they are very talented and well-developed people. So that means always it is a good indication to check the socio-economic development in a country, right? Then economic and environmental vulnerability. It's also another index where you can check the economic vulnerability and environmental vulnerability. So you can see here, economy, if something goes wrong, how you can withstand the resilience that you are having, right? To face the challenges, and the environmental resilient, right? If something goes wrong, for example, in Sri Lanka these days we are experiencing flooding, landslides. So how you can withstand, how you can cope this situation, and how you can minimize the impact coming from the potential risk in the country, right? So these are also under another index. So we have least developed country, 46 countries in 2021. Earlier we were there, but things are a bit different. Nowadays we are in most powerful, quickly growing economies, countries in the world, right? ලෝකේ තියෙන ඉක්මනින් දියුණුන. දැන් ඉක්මනින් දියුණුනවා කියන එකෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ නැහැ මේක අපි ලොකු තැනකට ඇවිල්ලා කියලා. So they are measuring it by having the past record. ගිය අවුරුද්දට සාපේක්ෂව අපේ දියුණුව කොච්චරද? ඒ progression එකේ percentage එක කොච්චරද කියලා බලලා ඒ percentage එක තමයි calculate කරලා බලන්නේ. So we are there. That's a good point. That is why I'm always talking about very positive facts. That is because all the things are on the table with facts. Facts තියෙනවනේ දැන් ලබන අවුරුද්ද වෙනකොට මේක වෙනස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? I'm not wishing that, right? මම හිතනවා මේක මීට වඩා දියුණු වෙයි කියලා. දියුණු නොවුනොත් මට කියන්න වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේවා හින්දා මේක බැරි වුණා කියන එක තමයි, right? So role of agriculture in the economic development, as we discussed in throughout the lecture, contribution to the national income, source of food supply, prerequisite for raw material, provision of surpluses, creation. Then we surplus ගැන කතා කරන්නේ, right? So we are going to discuss these things. For example, in Sri Lanka, we have production-oriented economy and demand-oriented economy. But most of the time, agriculture products are production-oriented economy, right? We produce, right? After production, we are thinking about the way we sell it, how to sell the product. නේ අපේ produce එක අපි sell කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා. එහෙමනේ. Nowadays, once you get the harvest from the paddy, right? So you can't keep it at your home because there are some HEC complaints, right? Human elephant conflicts, ne? අලියනවා ගහනවා ප්‍රශ්න ගොඩයි. So nobody is there to purchase your product or your paddy, ne? ගන්න විදියක් නැහැ, සාධාරණ මිලක් හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ, අපි දෙන්නේ නැහැ කියනවා. You are not getting a good price because you are always concerning about the direct consumption, right? බත් කන්න විතරයි. But now this government, they are thinking about alternative options, because earlier by a gazette, it was restricted only to sell paddy as direct consumption, right? It should be rice for the direct consumption, right? You can't use it for other purposes. It is okay when you have limited production, but if you can increase the production, definitely you can use it for other industries as well. For example, for the distilleries, සකේ හදන්න පුළුවන් නම් වෙන රටවල් වල හාල් වලින් ඇයි ලංකාවේ සකේ හදන්න බැරි? Beer හදනවා නම් අපිට ඇයි ලංකාවේ beer හදන්න? Yes, we can. The thing is, our production is very limited and we have to keep the paddy or the rice as the major source of food නේ. අපේ ලංකාවේ නේ බත අනිවාර්යෙන් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. හාල් ටික ඔක්කොම ඕවට ගත්තොත් එහෙනම් මොකද වෙන්නේ? But if you can produce more, definitely it will increase the competition. Then the farmers will get higher prices, right? Farmers ලට දැන් මේ වෙනකොට there's an oligopoly going on නේ. මොකක්ද ඒකට කියන්නේ? කතපාදිකාරය නේද? ඔලිගොපොලි එකක් තියෙන්නේ. බොහොම කීප දෙනෙක් විතරක් මාකට් එක හැන්ඩල් කරනවා නේ. ලංකාවේ හාල් කිව්වොත් එහෙම හාල් මෝල් කීයක්ද පාලනය කරන්නේ? නම් වශයෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන්, right? So they will not have that chance when the competition prevails in the market, right? So that means somehow you have to push this market into perfectly competitive market. මේක perfect competition කියන එකට push කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණොත්, right? There will be so many players in the market and there will be so many users other than direct consumption, right? So that means ultimately you can increase your production, you can think about the efficiency, you can think about how you produce more inside your restricted land area, right? So that means it's good thing for a developing economy. So you can have some exported value as well. If you can produce that type of liquor also, definitely you can sell it to other countries. You can have a good reputation. It's sometimes it might be a brand, right? So there are different avenues where you can see with open spectacles, right? So if you have kind of a political agenda where always you are seeing the things in pessimistic manner, definitely you will see nothing, right? So that is there. So provision of surpluses, right? So that is why when you have surpluses, you have to have a good understanding where to apply, what to do, how to industrialize your products. Then creation of infrastructure, relief from shortage of capital, right? Then helpful shortage of capital. So you can think about the microcredits, right? How it happens. So you can ask the state banking sectors, right, to support farmers, right? Because some, for example, from the Ditwa, right? So you can see the government established a good policy, right? So they established what do you call a claiming system, right? It's a huge thing. ගයක් නැති වුණොත් ඒ ලක්ෂ ගණන් වලින් ගෙවන්න plan කරා මේ වෙනකොට කරගෙන යනවා. It's a very good thing because now the government they have money, right? So they can spend when and where needed, right? So helpful to reduce inequality, shift of manpower, right? So employed by sector. So you can see here from 2013 to 2019, you can get the recent data from the statistics.government. It's freely available. So you can visit, we'll visit that site, right? Definitely I'm going to show all these things. So you can see the services, agriculture, industries and services in 2013 as a percentage, agriculture played 30.2% and industries it is 26 point only. And you can see services always they reserved the higher place during the past decade, right? So you can see in 2019 agriculture production, right? So they reserved only 25.3%, and you can see the industry sector they increased until up to 27.6. Services higher, right? So you can see we'll take a look on 2025, right? 2025 figures, okay? So some of the other facts, right, based on democratic, we are going to discuss these things, right? Okay, so that's the introductory part. Then we are going to have our next lecture that is about yes, that is about theories of economic development. We have in-class group activity also. So yeah, මහන්සි තැතින අහගෙන ඉඳලා නේද? අපි විනාඩි 5ක ඇතිනේ කොහොමද you are having your break no, when and where needed you can get your break. So we'll get a 5 minutes break. විනාඩි 5ක් කරගෙන පොඩ්ඩක් refresh වෙලා එන්න. We'll move to the next one, right? Okay. Right, take your break. before moving to the next lecture, if you can see the slide, right? So slide mean not slide actually. Share කරලා තියෙනවා. This is from Sri Lankan statistics. So you can see here. This is Sri Lanka GDP from agriculture. So you can see in 2026, still, right, it's not completed. This is in the first quarter, right? So you can see how quarterly the contribution differs. So what happened in this 2022? මේ මොනවා වෙලාද මේ 2022 මෙච්චර අඩු වෙලා තියන්නේ? That is because of the fertilizer. So 23 also you can see the third quarter, right? So you can have explanations for that as well. So this is by the agriculture. So you can, if you visit this website, you can check. So mining services, right? GDP from the services sector, we'll see for 5 years time. So you can see, make up 10 years දාමුකෝ. ඔන්න බලන්න වෙනස්ලා තියෙන්නේ. Right? Now it has increased, right? See, in 2026, this is only for the first quarter. It's 2.11 million, right? For the first quarter, the contribution, GDP contribution. So you can see it's a good thing, right? Sri Lanka, now you can see by referring to the indicators, ne? The ඉස්සරහම නෙමෙයි කාලයක් තිබුණා. ඉස්සෙල්ලාම GDP growth rate එක දානවා. හරිද? 7.5යි තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා දාලා ඒකට අනුව තමයි කුකුල කොච්චරද, බිත්තර කොච්චරද, මාළු කොච්චරද, හරක් කොච්චරද කියලා පල්ලෙහාට දාන්නේ. Cascade system එක top to bottom යන්නේ. එහෙම නෙමෙයි. It should be bottom up system, right? So first you have to calculate the amount, right? That is, otherwise you are manipulating the figures, right? So now you can see it's a good thing, right? If you look at this trend, now we are improving, right? So what the challenge is to keep this until we are reaching the development point, right? You have to find the what do you call the margin or threshold level, right? So when you push forward more than the threshold level, definitely it will be a sustainable setup. So your economy will be developed. So you can see the trend, right? Balan mein trend lega. Then if you can see the next one, oh God, right? Okay, look at this. I think you can see this one as well, right? Okay. So this is from Statista, right? Very good, reliable source, right? The forecast 2025, but the data only available until 2025 also there. So you can see the contribution in Sri Lankan GDP, right? මේ මතක තියාගන්න. So here you can see agriculture again, it's 8.4. That is where we need to, I mean, you are understanding the socio-economic production, agronomy, whatsoever, because to improve the production and the productivity. නේද අපි මේ ඉගෙන ගන්න ඒකටනේ ලෝකෙ මෙහෙම වෙලා තියෙනවා ඒකනේ බලන්නකෝ කියනකට වඩා ලංකාවේ agriculture sector එකට මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. So you can see industry 25.4, services 54.6. So you can see the contribution, right? පේනව නේද මම මේ පෙන්නනවා. Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you are seeing these things, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, remember these things, huh? Sometimes these things might be in your examination, right? මේවා exam එකේ එන්න පුළුවන්, right? Because you have to know these things. අපි පොඩ්ඩක් පස්සට එමුකෝ. 2024 වල මොකදලා තියෙන්නේ? 8.4 service sector එක දැන් චුට්ටක් අඩු වෙලා නේ මේ පාර මේ. 25 වෙනවා. 26 වල බලමු අපි. දැන් අරගේ trend එක තිබුණේ 26 වලනේ. So 8% in 2023, 21, 8.8. See? Right. Okay. So yeah, that's those are the things that I want to show you. And this is GDP summary. I will share these documents. Some of the documents are already available in the LMS, right? So you can download, and I already shared the module as well. So you can read these things. මම නිකන් මේ download කරලා තියාගෙන ඉන්න එපා. මම කියවන්න. කියවලා idea එකක් ගන්න. Okay. Right. Let's move to the next lecture. Okay, theories of economic development, right? Okay. So now you know the background, how the things going on in the world and what is happening in Sri Lanka, right? So now you need to identify different types of theories. Then it is easy to justify the things as they are and what are the things that you can do based on these theoretical approaches, right? So development economics studies the transformation of agrarian and rural economies to urban and modern economies, right? Because nowadays, especially the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they will not willing to come to the field and do the task as their parents did, right? Because they want to do smart agriculture, otherwise they will not involve in this business. That's a huge negative impact to the GDP contribution from the agriculture setup, right? So considers economic, political, and social well-being of people, right? It's a broader concept, development economics. Important to find out factors constraining, inhibiting, and the transformation. ඇයි මේක වෙන්නේ නැත්තේ? මොනවද එතන තියෙන constraints, right? So the concerns are rapid population growth, role of education and healthcare, international trade and globalization, sustainable development. So we are going to discuss these things under different theories, right? So we have, these theories are not recently developed. Theories are there for more 2 or 3 decades. Some are very old, but still you can apply these theories, right? So mercantilism, classical theory, neoclassical theory, endogenous growth theory, Keynesian demand theory, and limits to growth. These are the theories that you should know, right? Definitely you have to buy hard these things because you have to understand. Ultimately, you will be a graduate. You will be a graduate and you have to know the basics, right? So I am going to give you one activity to study these things. Mama kiyono doda me tika study karla body presentation. This is the in-class activity for today's session. Before that, I want to know how many. Okay, we have 48. No, 48 means we can go for 10 means 5 students, right? Almost 5 students per group. If 5 students තියන්න නැතුව අපි මේක දාමු 8 එන්න මේ ටික අයින් කරමු. Wait, we'll okay, I am going to put you into 6 groups, right? Group 6කට ගන්නවා. So no repetitions, only 6 groups are there. First, I need to share this document with you. So wait, I will put it into the chat box. Then you can identify your topic. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, did you receive for each group? We'll start with the group 1. Okay, so I am going to allow you to share the slides. So wait, where's this button? Show the broader settings. Okay. Right, now you can share group number 1. Can you hear me? Group 1, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so anybody from your group can share the presentation. So I gave you additional time as well because some of your group members, some of the groups, they requested more time. So that is why I gave more time. So now I think you are ready. So you can start group 1. Please share your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please share. We are waiting for you. Okay, if group number 1 you are not sharing, I am going to ask for the group number 2. Group 1 वाला present करना वादे मुकद कराने. Pramod, you are in the group 1, right? Pramod, can you hear me?
ඔව් සර් මේ ගෲප් chat එකට දාලා තියෙන සර් ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක.
हाँ राइट කවුද ප්‍රසන්ට් ඔයාලා කාටද ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන් මම allow කරලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඔයාලට ඒක අරන් යන්න පුළුවන් එක දිගට. ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාලට. ෂෙයා ඔප්ෂන් එකකින් ෂෙයා කරන්න. ෂෙයා කරලා ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක කරන්න. එතකොට ලේසි ඔයාලට ඒක කෝඩිනේට් කරගන්න. From the Zoom you can see there's a button. Right. Okay. Right now we are waiting for you. Hurry up. What happened? Nobody's sharing. Shall we ask group 2 to start the presentation? Otherwise, we are taking, we have to complete. There are plenty of things to learn. අපි group 2 එකට ගියමුද present කරන්න කියලා? පළවෙනි class දිනක. If you are not presenting, you are going to lose the marks. That's all, right? I'm not going to force you. Okay, group 2.
Okay,
Yes.
sir, we can present.
Group 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, share your presentation. You can share your presentation now. Okay. So, yeah. Put the first slide. Classical theory. Right. Okay. start, put it into the presentation mode. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes, right? Start the presentation. Wait. Okay, now you can start your presentation. Time's ticking.
Our presentation topic is classic theory. First slide is what about the introduction about classic theory. Developed mainly during the late 18th and early 19th century, focus on free market and competition and economic freedom, believes markets and adjust naturally through free prices and weights. And second slide is how to introduce major classic economics and Adam Smith, father of modern economics, and David Ricardo, and comparative and advantages and distribution, and Mr. Thomas Malthus and population and economic growth, and Mr. John Stuart Mill, production. He introduced about the major classics economics about the production, distribution, and economics freedom. And our fourth slide is main principle about classic theory, free market. Prices are mainly determined by demand and supports. License, fair and limited government intervention, self-interest, and individuals seeks to improve their own welfare. Competition helps to allocate rescues efficiency. Our five slide is move full amount of the market adjustment. Classical economists believe the economic tends to the full employment. Flexible wage and prices help markets. Unemployment was viewed largely as temporary and casual market rigidities, and government intervention should generally be limited. And our sixth slide is invisible hand and source law. Invisible hand, individual sales interests can contribute with an economic benefits. Sales law production generate income that creates demand for the goods and services. These ideas supposed to believe self-regulating markets. And last slide is input and conclusion about classic theory. Explain the basic factors of economic growth. Highlights the labor capital, population, and trade provide the foundation of modern economics. Helps understand the relationship between economic growth and social development. Those are members of the actually participate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Why you all not presented, right? Hamon present කරේ නෑ නේද? Okay, anyway, right, okay. So numbers are there, so it's already recorded. I will check the recording and I can allocate the marks for you. Right, thank you very much. Group number 2. Group number 3. I already opened a link in the LMS, the module, so you can upload your presentation as PPT or PDF. So I can directly download it to allocate marks for you, right? So it is there, submission link, Saturday group, so you can upload your presentation there. So, okay, group number 3. Can you share your presentation now? Where's group number 3?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing.
Okay, please share your presentation. Okay, put it into presentation mode. Okay, so yeah, now you can start your presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation and we can hear you clearly.
Thank you, sir. Uh, our group topic is the neoclassical theory. So, first, I would like to briefly explain what is the neoclassical theory means. Neoclassical theory is an economic theory that explains how an economic uses its limited resources efficiently and how economic growth take place. As we can see this diagram, there are three important factors, labor, capital, and technology. Labor means the human effort used in production. Capital refers to resources such as machinery, equipment, buildings, and investment. Technology means improved knowledge, methods, and innovations that allow us to produce more efficiently. When these three factors are used efficiently, they contribute higher output and economic growth. Another important idea of neoclassical theory is the role of efficient markets. The theory suggests that the market forces such as supply, demand, competition help allocate scarce resources to their most productive users. Therefore, in these simple terms, neoclassical theory tells us that the efficient markets, together with labor, capital, and technological progress, contribute to productivity and long-term economic growth. I handed over to second slide to present the EPM 257.
Yes, where's the next presenter? Can't hear. Yes. Anybody from the group? Yeah, නැත්තම් වෙන කෙනෙක් හරි present කරන්න. It's okay. Time's ticking.
Sir, hers, here hers thing is muted. So give her 2 seconds.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, sir.
All right, okay.
Uh,
Please start.
There are five main principles of the neo-economics theory. One is supply and demand. Rational. Second is rational choice. Third is competition. Fourth is dimension returns, and five is technology. The supply and demand is the principal coordinating buyers and sellers. Rational choice containing consumers seek satisfaction, firm seeks and returns, and competition encourage efficiency and resource allocations, and dimensions returns extra capital, eventual add and extra output, and technology raises productivity and support long-run growth. Can I hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Sir,
Sir, can you
it's
hear me,
over to
sir?
Okay, 5 minutes up. Quickly take another 1 minute and conclude.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. The represent this chart and allocate the how to uh, neoclassical growth theory. Y is output. K represent capital and L labor and A represent technology and productive. Uh, Investment increase and stock of the productive capital. Capital face diminishing marginal returns. Population, labor, and growth affects output per worker. And last one, technology can shift productive upward over time. This is the right side in the chart distributed about the discretion returns to scale. Thank you.
Okay, I am again taking the fourth slide. It's labor, capital, the main three pillars of this theory. Labor, capital, and technology. It shows in this slide. When it comes to labor, it's training, supervision, skills for higher labor productivity, and then the capital means all the machineries. When it applied to the plantation sector, it's machinery, irrigations, factory upgrades, and all the other infrastructure developments in this the part. So we can get more productive capacity. When it comes to technology, it's improved cultivars, data, mechanization. We can take the higher output per input from the using of the new technologies. So when applied to the plantation sector, tea states, as example, is tea estate invests a better field equipment and worker training. Output may rise strongly at first. We all know obviously that will happen, but simply adding more machines eventually gives smaller gains unless skills, land use, and technology also improve. The fifth one is doing.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
do the strengths and limitations on this uh, theory. We can say
Okay.
the strengths and
So
limitations.
right, we'll stop here, right? You took around 8 minutes, right? Okay, anyway, thank you very much. Please stop sharing. Thank you for the presentation, and I know you build it from Claude. It's okay to build using AI, that's okay, that's fine, but somehow you have to learn the things, right? By having just only the presentation will not enough, right? Because I ask you to do the research. Did you go through these things? මේවා හොඳට කියවලා බැලුවද මේ ඇත්තද බොරුද කියලා මේ තීරයක් ගැන?
Yes, sir. This is not the actually. This is not from the copy paste from the AI. We take the background from the AI, but we do the research and things and do the things. But when we presenting the coordination, there's a little bit issue. That's what
It's
happened.
okay. Okay,
Sorry for that, sir.
that's understandable. Okay, anyway, right, good work, right? Okay, thank you very much. Please share your presentation, right? So I can take a look and give you marks. So go to the group 2, 3, 4 then. Group 4, please stop sharing. Okay. Group 4, quickly start your presentation. Please share your presentation. Group 4, please start your presentation now. Group number 4, can you hear me? Where's group number 4? Group number 4, please share your presentation. Time's ticking. Okay, group number 5, please share your presentation. Group number 5, please share your presentation. Group number 5, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
if you are
sir.
not, yes, group number 5, ne? Kianda, kawudu me? Group kiyadu me?
Good group number 5, sir.
Okay, group number 5. Okay, right.
Good
Start
morning,
your.
everyone.
Okay.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our presentation. Our topic, topic of our presentation is Keynesian demand side economic. First of all, I will explain what is Keynesian economic. The Keynesian economic is an economic theory starting that the total spending in economy, known as aggregate demand, drives real output and sets the level of employment. It created by the British economic John Maynard Keynes during in 1930s. Great dispersion. It teaches that the free market do not always economically fix themselves during severe downturns. So here there are the aggregate demands components. Here I have mentioned there are two, the private sector demand and the public and foreign demand. The private sector demand is the total spending by the household and private businesses, while public sector demand is the total spending by the government. So here in the Keynesian economics, these two components combine to create the total demand and drives the entire economy. So our next member will describe the core tenses of Keynesian. Thank you.
Thank you. Core tenets of Keynesian: demand drives supply, stick weights and prices, active fiscal roles. Demand drives supply, short-run economic outputs and employments are primarily detected by total aggregate demand rather than productive capacity. Stick weight and prices and weights adjust slow to market shocks, preventing instant self-correction during severe economic recession. Active fiscal roles. Government must utilize counter-cyclical fiscal policy to manage demand and smooth out natural economic boom and bust cycle. I invite next member to continue slide.
I present how spending propagates the Keynesian visual multiplier demonstrations that an initial increase in government spending creates a ripple effect throughout the economy, because one person expenditure becomes another's income. Direct spending yields a larger cumulative rise in total national output, like GDP, based on the marginal prosperity in consume. I invite next.
Fiscal policies invention. Fiscal policies inventions are action taken by the government through taxation and government spending to influence economic activity. There are two main types: expansion fiscal policy and contraction fiscal policies. Fiscal policies time. Next friend will describe.
Finish? Slide number 10, 11, 12, what happened?
Next, we see demand was supply side. The co-expect primary growth driver, demand side, aggregate demand, supply side, aggregate supply. The government role, active counter cycle, facial policy, supply side, laissez-faire and market self-correction. The primary targets, consumer and low middle income groups, demand side. The supply side, investors, corporations and capital owners. The recession solution, the demand side, increased government spending and stimulations. Supply side, degrade and corporate tax reduction. The monetary and policy and liability limits of moderate erasing, while central bank rates cut encourage borrowing in normal conditions. Keyson's bonds of extreme scarcity when the interest rate policy alone fails. In a liquidity trap, nominal interest rate reach zero, yet households and firms hold cash rather than spend, marking expansionary facial policy essential. I invite next presenter.
Thank you. Major academic criticisms, infrastructure pressures, executive demand stimulate near full employment capacity, leads to demand full information. Next one is national debate accumulation, continuous difficult spending during slumped significantly increase somewhere in public debate abundance. Next one is implementation legs, political and legalistic delays mean physical stimulants often hit the economy too late in the cycle. Next one is flooding over effect. Larger scale government borrowing can raise increased rates, potentially reducing private investment. Thank you very much.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. You completed the presentation. You took extra time, but it's okay. Right. Please share your presentation in the submission link, right? I already shared in the LMS. Thank you very much. Group number 6, can you hear me now? Please stop sharing. Okay, so I think when your group's presenting, others also listen to that presentation, right? Because definitely there will be questions in your examination from these theories, right? So I ask you to study yourself. That is not only for the specific group. That is for all the batchmates, right? So you should learn these things. That is why I ask you to share. Once you upload it, I will share it to all the members. And already all these things are available in the book, the module as well. So anyway, right, group number 6, can you hear me? Group number 6. Group number 6. Members from group number 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please share your presentation.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, okay. We can see your slides. Better if you can put it into the presentation mode. All are presenting with this one, right? But there's a slideshow mode. Put it into the slideshow mode, then it is very easy. At the bottom, yes. The other one, no. Right side, right side. Next, no. The other one, no. No, the corner one. Yeah, that one. Good. Okay, please start your presentation.
Good morning, sir. We are 6 groups explain limited to growth theory. I am Dhananj, sir. I will explain introduction and main idea. Second side. Introduction. The limited to growth was published 1972. It was prepared by research at MIT for the Cup of Rome. The study used computer modeling to explore long-term global trade. It examined the relationship between population, industry, food, resources, and pollution. Next. Main idea: unlimited growth is not possible forever on planet with limited resources. Natural resources are fine. Population and production can increase demand for resources. Resource depletion and pollution can create limited to growth. The theory encourages long-term thinking and sustainable development. Next, explain Basnagar.
Thank you. There are 5 major factors. First one is, how the there are 5 major factors. First one is population. Population is rapid population growth continuously increases the global demand for food, energy, housing, and goods. Second one is industrialization. It is expanding industrial output drives economic growth but requires massive amount of energy, raw materials, and machinery. Third one is food production. Increased agricultural output is needed to feed an growing population, but it is strictly limited by the finite availability of fertile arable land and water. Fourth one is resource depletion. It is high rate of consumption lead to the rapid exhaustion of non-renewable natural resources like fossil fuel, minerals and groundwater. Final one is population. It is industrial and agricultural activities produce waste and emission that contaminate air, soil and water exceeding the planet's natural capacity to absorb them. Finally, we see how they interact. Population and growth, industrialization can increase the demand for resources and food. After over extraction and production is lead to resource depletion and environmental pollution. Finally, resource depletion and pollution is eventually restrict agricultural and industrial capacity, risking a systematic collapse if unmanaged. Thank you.
I will explain about how the factors interact. These 5 factors are not separate, they are closely connected. For example, when population increases, industrial production also increases. This leads to higher resources use and more pollution, which increases environmental pressure. If this pressure becomes too high, food production, environmental quality and living standard can be affected. Thank you.
Importance and criticisms. Why it is important? Raise awareness of environmental limits. Second one is highlighted resources, depletion and pollution. Third one is encourage sustainability and long-term planning. Common criticism. Technology can improve efficiently. New resources or substitute may be developed. Some models, assumption and prediction have been questioned.
Okay, enough. Right. Okay, enough. Thank you very much. So you also took extra time, and you also did it with the Claude, and I can see some of the things are not even aligned. Anyway, right? Don't depend on Claude's presentations, right? Some of the things you mentioned in the presentations are not, not as it is, right? Because they are getting the information from other sources, which are not actually group number 4. You are going to present.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can present. Group number 1, they didn't present, so okay. Okay. We'll finish that one then.
The group number 1 present can't පුළුවන්.
පුළුවන්ද? හරි. අපි දැන් 4 එකට අවස්ථාව දෙමුකෝ. හරි. Okay, start group number 4. You can start presentation.
Group number 4, endogenous growth theory. What is endogenous growth theory? Economic growth is generated from within the economy. Growth is driven by internal factors rather than external technological progress. Key factors are human capital, innovation, knowledge and research and development. Investment in people and knowledge increases productivity. Historical background. It is developed mainly during the 1980s, introduced as an important over the solo growth model. Solo model technological progress is treated as exogenous. Endogenous growth theory, technological progress result from economic activities. Major contributors are Paul Romer and Robert Lucas.
In this slide, we can see the assumptions of endogenous growth theory, which explain how economic growth happens from within an economy. First, knowledge spillovers play a very important role. When firms or individuals gain knowledge, that knowledge doesn't stay limited to them, it spreads to others. Because of this sharing of ideas, productivity increases across the whole economy, leading to increasing returns to scale. Second, investment in research and development or R&D leads to continuous technology improvements. When companies invest in innovations, they create new methods, products, and processes that improve efficiency and growth over time. Third, education and skill development are essential. As workers become more educated and skilled, their productivity increases. This directly contributes to higher economic output and long-term growth. Finally, innovation itself is considered a key internal driver of economic growth. Unlike older theories, endogenous growth theory highlights that growth is not depending on external factors, but rather on how well an economic develops its knowledge, skills, and technology. Overall, these assumptions show that sustainable economic growth comes from investing in people, knowledge, and innovation within the economy. Key models. Endogenous growth theory includes several important models that explain the sources of long-term economic growth. The Rome model focuses on innovation, ideas, and R&D. The Lucas model emphasizes humans' capital accumulations through education and training. The AK models, explaining how capital accumulation can support continuous growth, and Circumpetirium models highlights innovation and creative distractions as drivers of economic development. Remember, the Rome module explained that economic growth depending on the creations of new ideas and knowledge. Firms invest in R&D to develop new technologies, improve production methods, and increase in productivity. Knowledge is non-rival, meaning it can be used by many people at the same time and partially includable, allowing innovators to benefit from patents. Therefore, policies that encourage R&D and innovation can contribute to long-term economic growth.
Next model is Lucas model. Human capital accumulation is the engine of economic growth. Education and training improve knowledge and skills. Higher skills improve higher productivity, and higher productivity improve higher economic growth. Human capital create spillover benefits across the economy. Strength of this theory. First one is explain continuous long-run economic growth, emphasizes education and human capital, highlight the importance of R&D innovation, show how government policies can influence growth, highly relevant to knowledge-based economics.
Criticism. Knowledge spillovers are difficult to measure. Countries do not have equal capacity to innovate. Government's role in successful innovation may be overestimated. Investment in education and research and development does not always guarantee rapid growth. Policy implication. Invest in education and skill development. Increase support for research and development and innovation. Provide incentives for innovative businesses. Protect intellectual property while encouraging knowledge sharing. Maintain a stable macroeconomic environment.
Okay, So thank you very much, group number 4. All right. Okay, group number 1. I'll give you 5 minutes, right? Adhere to the time. And okay, can you present now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, start
Good
presenting.
Good afternoon, all of you. Firstly, sorry for the delay. Presenting our presentation in on time. Our first topic is mercantilism theory. That's introduction part is an economic philosophy dominant in Europe from 16th to 18th century. Government tightly control trades to build national power. Main goals is accumulate wealth, outmaneuver rival, and achieve self-sufficiency. They have these theories have core principles and logics. First one is Bullionism and wealth. Mercantiles believe gold and silver. A country should collect more gold and silver. They wanted to increase export and reduce imports. They also use trades, colonize, and natural resource to the gain wealth. Next, I invite our next group members to continue this presentation.
Second one is zero-sum game. They believed the amount of wealth in the world was limited. If one country became richer, another country would become poor. So countries competed strongly with each other for gold, markets, and trade.
Thank you very much. I have to explain here favorable balance of trade. There are 4 key points here. Firstly, I have to explain two main points. First one is maximize export, self-manufactured goods abroad to continuously bring gold and silver into the home country. The second one is minimize imports, restrict foreign finished goods to prevent national wealth from draining out. I am inviting to next presenter to present other two in the point.
Thank you very much. Third point is colonial monopoly. That's mean the ruling country treated its colonies like a one-way street. The colonies were forced to hand over their raw materials. Then factories back in mother countries turn those materials into finished clothes and goods and ship them back into the colonies to sell at the huge markup. The colonists had no other choice about where the buyer sell. Fourth one is state intervention. That's mean to make sure nobody cheated or traded with rival countries. The government kept a tight, watchful eye on the everything. Officials actively regulated ships, tax, trade routes. They made sure all the wells flowed in one direction only. That's mean straight back home. Thank you very much. Our next member explain about key economic policies.
I'm going to explain about two key economic policies. First one is protective tariffs. The government put high taxes on foreign goods. This made imported products more expensive and helped local businesses compete. Second one is navigation acts. Trade by sea had to follow strict rules, often requiring goods to be carried on ships from the country or its colonies. This helped the control and benefit from colonial trade. Now I would like to invite the next presenter to explain the next two key points.
Thank you very much. Third one is export subsidies. The government gave financial help to local producers. This made it cheaper to produce goods and help the country sell more product to other countries. Fourth one is banning and spice outflow. The government restricted gold and silver from leaving the country. The goal was keep valuable money inside the country. The government wanted to protect local business, increase exports, control trade, and keep money inside the country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, right. Thank you. They used only, almost 5 minutes. Right. Okay. So, so you discussed. I want you to upload as a PDF or as a PPT. You can upload. You can submit into the LMS. The portal is already open for that. So. Okay, so I think you can see my slides now. Right. So I'm not going to discuss again all the theories in detail. So these are the main theories. I will go through quickly. First one, mercantilism, right? As you described, it argued that the country could be made better off by maximize the export and minimize the import, right? So that is there no always as I mentioned. When we start after 1970s, the free market economy, the main expectation was to expand the export. But ultimately what happened? It expanded only imports, right? So other way around. So it should be like this. Then key to power is wealth and self-sufficiency, right? So if you have more, you are self-sufficient, then you can sell, right? So that is why we import sometimes the rice from India, Pakistan, right? Because they have plenty, right? Then they have very, very good storage facilities, right? Try to reduce the deficit of the current account. This promote colonial expansion and also war between nations, right? So if you have wealth, definitely you can market it, right? There will be times where you can uh, have the advantage because you are having good wealth with you, right? Most popular at the start of the industrial revolution, right? Universal feature is tariffs on goods. So if you have things, for example, in Sri Lanka also, when Sri Lanka was under the colony of British, when they start exporting tea and coffee from Sri Lanka to other countries, they imposed tax and tariffs, right? So that means again they get the advantage of the business, right? So here you can see the more exports, fewer imports, right? So gold and silver, right? There are different transaction modes. So that is mercantilism. Then classic theories, the wealth of the nations in 1776 by Adam Smith. That is the book. The Adam Smith, he introduces this classic theories. Markets work best when they left alone, right? So I mean, as a government, nobody going to involve in the business, right? In Sri Lanka also, in last regime, they tried to apply that one, right? ඕන විදිහට නිකන් හාල් වලට මිලක් තීරණය කරන්නේ නැහැ නේද? ෆික්ස් ප්‍රයිස් එකක් නැහැ. ඕන විදිහට වැඩි වෙනවා අඩු වෙනවා. ඒක ඒගොල්ලොම තීරණය කරගන්නවා. Right? So that is the theory. So government should not intervene in the natural flow of market. So laissez faire. අපි පැත්තකටලා ඉන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ ඕන දෙයක් කරගන්න කියලා තමයි ඉන්නේ. Free market will generate the economic development. Price mechanism is the invisible hand. So price will be set because of the supply and demand. හරිද? එතකොට ඒක ආය අමුතුවෙන් හදන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. Under this, four major thoughts develop: the linear stage of growth model, theories and pattern of structural changes, the international. So no need to worry about these things. All these things are described in the module book, right? So you can go through the book, then you can understand very clearly. The linear stage of growth model assumes that economic growth can only be achieved by industrialization. Growth can be restricted by local institutions and social attitudes. The industrialization කියන එක තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ promote කරන්නේ. Because these theories invented or introduced at the time of industrialization. So two arguments were there: stages of growth model development and Harrod and Demo growth model. දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට stages of when all economies stages of growth model of development, all economies could be placed within one of five different stages: traditional society, preconditions to take off, drive to maturity, age of high mass consumption. So these are the stages. The Lankavat කියන එක category එකට අයිති. Right? Developed countries pass all these stages, right? So, but Sri Lanka, it is not like that. Underdeveloped countries are either in the traditional society or preconditions to take off. Now, we are not in the traditional society because we are absorbing good technologies, new parts, artificial intelligence, new mechanisms, management practices. So now we are preconditioned to take off. Right? Actually, now we are passing precondition to take off as well, right? But still, we are not reaping out the actual benefit from what we are trying to do. I mean, the effort is not valorized well. අපි දාපු effort එක හරියටම අපිට තව value එකක් විදිහට ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. Still we are trying. Right? තේරුණාද මේ කියන ටික? ට්‍රැඩිෂනල් සොසයිටි කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය නිකන් ඒක ඩිපෙන්ඩන්ට් සොසයිටි එකක්. ඒගොල්ලෝ කාලා බීලා තමන්ගේ එදා වේල ජීවත් වෙලා සතුටින් ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් අපේ ලංකාවත් ඉස්සර එහෙමයි තිබුණේ. කාටවත් එහෙම ප්‍රශ්න තිබුණේ නැහැ ලෝකෙ අල්ලන්න දියුණු වෙන්න. එහෙම නැහැ. ඉතින් සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට ජීවත් වෙනවා. It is a precondition to take off again. So you are waiting, you are trying to get new technology, new knowledge, new skilled people, and you are trying to build something new, offer new services, IT sector or hospitality, whatsoever, right? So you are trying to be iconic in the economy in the global context. Then once you equip with all the relevant skill set and the capital and all the facilities and infrastructures, then you can perform. That is the stage where you mentioned take off. Then drive to maturity means you are performing for so long, right? So now you are the pro in that business, right? So there is nothing to fear about. So that is the drive to maturity. Then age of high mass consumption means you are having it in large scale. You are applying it in the global context, right? So yeah. Then Harrod demo growth model emphasized the importance of saving and investments, right? So normally in Sri Lanka now the government is trying to save some money, right? So that is why in last quarter they said more than 3 trillion rupees they are having in the treasury. Then I don't know. Sometimes it might be higher or lower because they dissolve some of their reserves because of the DITRA accommodation, right? DITROling මේ ප්‍රශ්න විචාරට දෙන්න සල්ලි හිම දුන්නේ නැද වෙනස. Now still they are having the saved money. Every economy must save a certain proportion of its national income in order to grow and need of new investments, right? So if something happen, if challenges occur, definitely you should have money to invest, money to spend. Otherwise you have to depend on other well-developed countries. You have to have new loans. Loans means again it's a liability, right? Somehow sooner or later you have to pay it back. So that means again you are bonding with unwanted debt, right? So you have to make sure that you are having certain amount of saving where you can use it when and where the time comes, right? Then theories and patterns of structural changes discusses how underdeveloped economies transform their economies from traditional to more modern and urbanized economies. For example, Singapore, right? So if you know, Singapore ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සර ලංකාවේ කොළඹ වගේ හදන්න ඕනේ කියව රටක් නේ. අද වෙනකොට හොඳ developed country එකක්. So how they can diversify, especially related to labor transition between sectors, right? So earlier we are more skill labor oriented economy, right? Nowadays skilled labor it's very difficult to find. So skill can be harnessed by having good equipments, mechanization, robotics. So now we need knowledge, right? Knowledge-based economy is the most valued economy, right? If you have the knowledge, so you can make equipments, new machines, systems, right? So the skill part can be conducted using machines, right? ඉස්සර කරන්න බැරි අමාරු අපි අතහුරු කරගන්නට මොලේ හුරු කරලා අපි ඒක රොබෝ කෙනෙකුට replace කරන්න පුළුවන්, right? Plenty of options are there. The international dependence revolution, right? So you can see in this picture also. Developing countries are affected by institutions, political and economical rigidities with developed countries. Developing countries depend on developed countries. What do you mean by that? So normally what happens, all the developed countries, they give money to invest in developing countries. Then උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් අපිට දියමන්ති හම්බෙන්නේ කොහෙන්ද? Where you can find diamonds? Which country you can find diamonds more? කොහෙද diamonds තියෙන්නේ? Yes.
South Africa.
Yes, it's in African region. Right? African region. So Africa, is Africa a developed country? African region එක developed. No, most of the African countries are very poor, right? They have gold and diamond, right? So that means they have all the richest elements in the world, right? So they should be most richest communities, right? People in the globe, but they are still poor. That is because of this manipulation, right? So some other party, wealthy nations, they are offering loans and they are giving some time. So if you are not adequately or you are not properly spend your loan, for example, now IMF in Sri Lanka, they are always closely monitoring what we are doing with the money that we took, right? So that means they don't like to spend or what do you call useless spending, right? ඉස්සර කරන්නේ කොහොමද? ලෝන් එකක් ගත්තාම ලෝන් එකෙන් භාගයක් ඇමතිගේ සාක්කුවට. ඊට පස්සේ ලේකම්ට තව කෑල්ලක් යනවා. ඉතුරු වෙන හතරෙන් එකක් විතර තමයි මොන හරි ඔය කුළුණක් වගේ එකක් හදන්න පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ, right? So that shouldn't be done, right? So you have to make sure that you are spending each and every penny for a worth investment. That is how you can get the return very quickly, right? Because if it is an investment, definitely you are expecting a return, right? Because somehow you have to fulfill the investment, right? You have to get the return on investment, right? The amount you invested, very quickly you have to compensate that. Then after that you can have your profits. So that means very clearly, very precisely, you have to identify the correct investment and you have to invest it very what do you call very transparent manner, right? එතකොට තමයි ඒක අපිට පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ. But developed countries, they are trying to find the most corrupted regime in the country. It is not common. I mean, it is not specifically in Sri Lanka, but it is common for all the regions, Africa, Asia, right? All the developing and poor nations. That is how the developed nations are manipulating the system and they are getting the advantage, right? Okay. මං කිව්ව දේවල් තේරුණා නේද? තේරුණ නැත්නම් අහන්න ඕනේ. Then neoclassical free market counter revolution. Neoclassical means it is not classical. That neo means the post. Classical එකේ පසු ආපු එකක් වගේ neo කියන්නේ. හරිද? එතකොට ඊට වඩා පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස් කරලා සමහරවිට ඒකේ තියෙන rules ටික break කරලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So underdevelopment is caused by poor resource allocation, as I mentioned, right? So you have to allocate resources at correct time to the correct place. You know, I think 80-20 rule, right? 80% of the wealth is distributed among only 20% of the people in the world. In Sri Lanka also same. ලෝකයේ තියෙන සම්පත් වලින් 80%ම 120ක් දෙන අතර විතරයි කියලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඉතුරු 80%ටම තියෙන්නේ අර resources වලින් 120යි පරිභෝජනය කරන්නේ. That is the disparity. So you can't blame for the 20% because these 20% sometimes they are wealthier, right? They did well, their work model materialized well, so they somehow reaped out the profits, right? So you can't say ඔයා මෙතෙන් ධම්මික පෙරේරා මෙච්චර ආදායමක් ලබන උච්චර බෑ යාට ජීවත් වෙන්න තියලා ඉතුරු ටික දුප්පතුන්ට බෙදලා දෙන්න බෑ. බෙදලා දුන්නත් ඒ මනුස්සයා හැමදාම දුප්පත් කියන මනුස්සයා, because in the mentality, their vision, their progression always running in the basic level, right? So that is why always the 20% of the population in the world reaping out 80% of the resources, right? So that is the disparity. Then too much state intervention. There are some what do you call unlawful or unlawful or not structural, what do you call, I don't have enough words to clarify that, right? Interventions by the government. And this government intervention, sometimes this, I mean, it change with the regime or the political changes, right? Let's say you are having 10 years plan, but within 5 years, government changes, right? So what happened when the next government comes, if you want to execute or if you want to carry out the same task start by the previous government, definitely you have to bribe the politicians who are involved in that business. Then අපි මහා මාර්ග ඇමතිට පගාව දෙන්න ඕනේ. එයාට දුන්නොත් තමයි අපි කලින් කරගෙන ආපු හයිවේ එක ඉවර කරගන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් හයිවේ එකේ කිලෝමීටරෙට මෙන්න මෙච්චරක් එන්න ඕනේ කියලා ඒගොල්ලෝ කියනවා. එහෙම නැත්තම් මේක මෙතනින් එහාට කරන්න බෑ. Likewise, they are demanding. So that means again, it will shift the scope and the investment of the project. So that is, we are going to learn about projects. Next day, we are going to learn about these things. Too much state intervention. Then incorrect policy decisions. නේද? එකපාරටම ජනාධිපතියවිල් බලනවා වකුගඩු ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා, කෙමිකල් වලින් ප්‍රශ්න වෙනවා. කෙමිකල් ගෙන්නන්න ගොඩක් සල්ලි යනවා. වහාම කෙමිකල් ගෙන්න නවත්තලා ඕගනික් කරනවා. හරිද? ලංකාවට නේද බෑන් කරලා එකපාරට ඕවර්නයිට් මොනවද? ඕගනික් ෆර්ටිලයිසර් ඉනෝගනික් ෆර්ටිලයිසර් බෑන් කරලා ගෙසට් එකක් ගන්නවා. දැන් මොකද වෙන්නේ? සල්ලි තියෙන මිනිස්සු ඒවා ස්ටෝර් කරගෙන හිටියා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කොහොම හරි ඒකෙන් ෂේප් වෙලා ගියා. නමුත් සාමාන්‍ය මනුස්සයාට නැති වෙලාම ගියා. Organic overnight convert so you have to make sure your soil is well structured and it has rich in nutrients. But in Sri Lanka, most of the cropping fields are eroded. For example, especially in the upcountry, right? In Nuwara, Badulla, Bandarawela, where intensive farming happens, in these areas they don't have huge acres of land. No? So what they have a small couple of purchases per farmer. So what they have, not the soil actually, the climate, right? The temperature difference and the cool climate. So what they have to do when they want to prepare the land, definitely they have to add fertilizers, they have to add pesticides, they have to add insecticides. So if you visit these places nowadays also, early in the morning, you can see the farmer with a huge tank at their back and they're spraying some chemicals. And each and every day they are doing it because sometimes it might be fertilizer, sometimes it might be any other chemical. So that means what? That means you can't have organic fertilizer overnight and expect the production because it is very infertile. But that type of dumb decision happened in previous governments, right? So that is why people are experiencing the quick recessions, collapses in the economy because of this type of incorrect policy decisions, right? I just took only one decision. There are plenty of things you can find from the history, right? So that is not directly biased to the specific government. From other governments also, they also did the similar type of dumb things. Hedging agreement, right? Even though the crude oil barrel price goes down, you can't take it to the reduced price because you already agreed for next 5 or I don't remember the time period, 3 or 5 years time, whether it increased or reduced, you have to buy it to the agreed price. But what happened, our forecast, and I don't know whether it is intentional or not, just after they had the agreement, the fuel price went down in the market. But by looking at the prices in the market, you can't access on that. You are just getting for the higher prices. අපි එහෙමනේ සල්ලි අඩුවට නෑ අපි වැඩි ගන්නටම ගන්න අපි ඇග්‍රීමන්ට් ගහලා. ඒ වගේ ලංකාව ඕන තරම් ඒ වගේ බුද්ධිමත් වැඩ කරලා තියෙනවා, right? So you have to make sure because repercussions are not for the particular party or the particular people. All are suffering from these decisions, right? All the population, all the people who are living in Sri Lanka, they are suffering. The impact is that much of generic, right? So you have to learn. Then neoclassical theory argues most important factors is consumers' perception of products value, right? Consumers' perception. Earlier in classical theory, it's just the classical theory, right? You have to expand the export. Where's the classical theory? Classic theory, right? So markets, if you are not intervening in that, right? So now what are the additions? Here they said, right? Most important factor is consumers' perception of products value, right? So the value might be increased or decreased depending on the value given by the consumer, right? So if the consumer is willing to take whatever the thing you produce and the demand is so high, then definitely prices will be high. If they are rejecting, for example, Mr. Kottu, right? A good example these days, right? Mr. Kottu කියනක නිකන් ගිහිල්ලා සමහර ෆොටෝ දානවා නේද? Mr. Kottuගෙන් කොත්තු ගාව. එහෙම they had a very good vibe like that. Then they saw what happened behind the curtain and how they treated their employees and then all rejected, right? Nowadays, all the shops, all the branches are closed, right? So that means sometimes consumers might prefer something, and the next time or the next instance, they will reject it. So you have to make sure that you are keeping the same trust, same discipline for longer period of time. Otherwise, you can't sustain on the business. Then utilities of the consumer, not the cost of production. So utility, it should be as a utility. What is the meaning of utility and production? Produce. The produce is something that is tangible, or service also there, right? It is tangible or it is intangible, but directly you can define it. Utility means you are what do you call, you are providing, or you are filling a gap of the utilization. අපිට මොකක් හරි තිබ්බ අවශ්‍යතාවයක්. දැන් මෙහෙම හිතන්නකො. අපිට ඇඳුමක් ඕනේ, we need clothes to cover our essential parts, නේ? But you need a best suit for a wedding. You need a casual suit for the beach out, and you need another smart casual or something for day-to-day outing, right? So there are different places where you can match your outfits. So having a cloth will not be enough when you are thinking about the position, when you're thinking about the use of that. That is why you have to identify the utility of the consumer, not the cost of production. අපි අඩුවටම හම්බුනේ මේක තමයි ෂෝටයි සරප්පු දෙකයි දායි යන්න කියලා එහෙම යන්න බෑ, right? So you have to make sure that this drives the price, right? Depending on the situation, depending on the demand, depending on the availability of resources, it will drive the price high or low, right? Okay, then endogenous growth theory. I will quickly go to the next one, right? It's already 12:30. Endogenous growth theory argues internal development is better than external, right? Rate of economic growth strongly influenced by human capital from the government and private sector. Rate of technological development also matters. So that means human capital from government and private sector. Now, if you want to develop, if you want to have a good output in the production and the service sector, definitely all the people engaging in that sector should be skillful and knowledgeable, right? So there are some countries, they don't have enough pool of these type of knowledge people. For example, Middle East countries, they have money, right? They have infrastructures, they have access to resources, all the things they have, but they are lacking good designers, good engineers, good QS, right? Likewise, different employment ranges, right? They don't have, because they can't, normally their IQ rates also very less. And so what they do, they are absorbing people from other countries who are capable of executing that task. When they're executing, all the facilities are provided by the government or the country, right? So that is why most of our people, our skilled laborers are migrating to Middle East countries. නේ ලංකාවේ ඉන්න engineers ලා, ඔය civil engineers ලා, QS ලා, ඔය ඔක්කොම ගිහිල්ලා කොහෙද වැඩ ගන්නෙ? Middle East, Dubai වල, Qatar වල, Kuwait වල හොඳට පඩි කියනවා. Because they don't have that skill set, but our people, they have, because already internally well developed, well education system. So that means if you are if already the local market is saturated, then you are not getting the enough or the considerable amount of payoff. Definitely you can find other markets as well. So the sector or the Middle East countries, what they are doing, they've already found the vacuum of their own setup. So they are trying to absorb this skill and try to fulfill the ultimate output, right? Okay, then Keynesian demand side. Okay, aggregate demand derive the economic growth in the short and medium term, right? Aggregate demand come from consumption, investment, government spending, net exports, right? So this one you explained very well, so I'm not going to discuss more. If you want, you can ask, right? This is also available in the module as well. මේක මම දැන් අතන ඔයාලා පැහැදිලි කරලා ලස්සනට. එහෙනම් මම හිතනවා ඒක අමුතුවෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ මේ ටිකමයි තියෙන්නේ. මේ aggregate demand එක එන්නේ consumption, investment, government spending ඔය ඔක්කොමත් එක්ක, right? Limits to growth argues that the long-term development is hindered by resource degradation and global warming. Factors affecting for this: population increase, less availability of capital, lower level of non-renewable energy, poor productivity in lands, pollution, මෙන්න මේවා හින්දා growth එක limit වෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? It's also clear. Right. That's all about the theories, right? There are different definitions, right? You can find, but basically these are the things that you need to know. Right. Then there are some other theories also. Model now it's 12:30, right? So what do you say? Shall we continue or get the lunch break and come back? මොකද කරන්නේ? Lunch break එක දෙන්නද එහෙනම් 12 මාරේ ඉඳලා? Rep, you are called. What do you say? මොකද කියන්නේ? දොළහ මාරේ වෙලාව තව පැයක් විතර ගන්නවද නැත්නම් මෙහෙම බොහොමම පැය භාගයක් විතර අරගෙන අපි ඉක්මනින් පටන් අරන් ඉක්මනින් ඉවර කරලා දාමුද කොහොමද කරන්නේ?
පැය භාගයක් විතර කරන්න පුළුවන් සර්.
ඔව් එහෙනම් ඊළඟ සෙක්ෂන් එක පටන් ගන්නද මං? කමක් නැද්ද? ඔයාලට බඩගින්න නැත්තම්. Continue. Okay, we'll continue then. හරි. Okay. අපි කරමු ටිකක් වැඩිපුර. Right. Okay, so theories, the second part. අපි theories ටික ඉවර කරලා break එක ගමු. එතකොට ලේසි. ඊළඟට වෙනම පැත්තක් තියෙනවා. Right. Agricultural and rural development. So those are the theories that you learned in the previous presentation. That is not directly for the agriculture sector, right? That is for the total economic development. So if you are looking at the agricultural and rural development, right? Some theories, some approaches are very specific, right? So the vast majority of the people in developing countries live in rural areas, right? Asia, Africa, Latin America, ගත්තොත් එහෙම ගොඩක් මිනිස්සු rural community එකේ ඉන්නේ. But nowadays the trends are a bit different, right? Now there's a trend of urbanization and ඉස්සර වලට මතක නම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි නිකන් හිතන්නකො පාරක් දිගේ අපි යනකොට හරිද? Think about your childhood, my childhood also. අපි හිතන්න මීට අවුරුදු 20කට 25කට විතර කලින් ඔයාලට මතක් වෙනවා නම් if you are walking by, if you are not walking, if you are passing by a vehicle or bus, right? You can directly identify different towns or villages, ne? දැන් ඉස්සල්ලාම හම්බෙන්නේ මෙන්න මෙතන මෙන්න නගරයක් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔන්න නිකන් කැලෑබද ප්‍රදේශයක් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ නිකන් ඔහේ හැම්මෙන් ගෙවල් ටිකක් පේනවා. එතකොට ගස් අස්සෙන් පාර තියෙන්නේ. ඕන් ඔහම ටික දුරක් යනකොට ආයේ ඔන්න කඩපේලියක් කඩමණ්ඩියක් හම්බෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔන්න ආයේ පොඩ්ඩක් මොනවාද හොස්පිටල් එකක් තියෙනවා, පොලිසියක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට කියනවා මේ අපි ඊළඟ ටවුන් එකට ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔහොම ආයෙ එකපාරටම කැලයක් එක්ක ආයෙ ඉඩම් තියෙනවා. ලොකුවට ඉඩම් මැද්දේ තනි ගියක් තියෙනවා. Right? That was the setup, right? So that means people are scattered. But nowadays, if you go through a main road, you can't find a place, even they are not specifically identified as different cities alone, right? In between these cities also, along the road beside, you can see so many shops, right? Outlets and service stations, right? All the things are there. So you can't directly determine. There are some places, most of the remote area, you can find some gaps in between. But in the Colombo area, in different patches, right? Kurunegala, Nigambo, right? So you can't directly demarcate this is the village or this is the rural community and this is the urbanized community because that much of expansion is happened, right? So earlier it was not like that. Agriculture is the basis of the livelihood of most rural families. They have benefited little from modern technology. Rural development should link with agriculture development. This enables to build urban industrial complexes, right? So that means මම අර කිව්වේ තාත්තා පුරුදුලා තියෙන මෙහෙම කැට පොහොර ගහන්න ඕනේ, යූරියා ගහන්න ඕනේ, මඩ පොහොර ගහන්න ඕනේ, ඔන්න වගේ නම් වලින් ටිකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ ටික කොහාට ගහන්න ඕනේද දන්නේ නැහැ. තාත්තලා කරන් ආපු විදිහට පුතාලා කරනවා, right? So that is not like that. Nowadays the technology is different. There are different alternatives, improved varieties, improved seeds, new technologies, cultivation practices. So you have to adapt. Then only you can increase the efficiency, right? So there are different approaches. For example, conservation model, urban industrial impact model, diffusion model, high payoff input model. Okay, we'll see one by one. First one is the conservation model. What is conservation model? It initiated with the English agricultural revolution, right? Evolved from the advances in crop and livestock husbandry. Earlier, it was just like backyard farm, right? ගේ පිටිපස්සේ තමන්ටම කියලානේ කොටුවක් තියෙනවා ඒකේ කුකුල්ලු ඉන්නවා හරක් ඉන්නවා එහා පැත්තේ මොනවා හරි තිරිඟු හරි මොනවා හරි හදලා තියෙනවා. I'm not talking about Sri Lanka, right? I'm talking about the European context, right? So you can even still watch these things in movies, right? All movies you can find. Aim to make better use of agricultural resources through the integrated management, soil, water, and other resources. Now, this conservation model says, okay, you can integrate things. You can have a good model for that. Minimal use of external inputs, that is agrochemicals. So if you have good, what do you call, good soil system, soil structure, and recycling, circular economic approaches, definitely you can go for the conservation model, right? Resource saving practice, right? Model, for example, in Sri Lanka, cinnamon. Cinnamon ගත්තොත් උදාහරණයක් විදිහට මම කියනවා. Cinnamon industry total recycle. It is zero waste, right? If you look at once it copies the stumps, when you take it out and put it in the peeling shed, right? The peelers will peel and get the cinnamon bark, inner bark, and the stick will be used as firewood, right? Sometimes for preparing artifacts also. Then the outer bark, right? That the corky parts, right? So you can use it for oil distillation. If you think about the leaves, right? Again, you can have leaf oil. Leaf oil means eugenol. Bark oil means cinnamaldehyde, right? Different chemicals. So eugenol you can distill. So once you complete the distillation, the distilled leaves, right, can be used as firewood for the boiler in the distillation unit. Right? Boiler එකට ගිනි තියන්න ගන්නවා firewood විදියට. Right? So it's a total complete recycling or zero waste system, right? It's a conservative model, right? You can use it. That is a model for sustainable agriculture. Leads to profitable food production while protecting and restoring natural resources, right? Okay. Then the diffusion model. The diffusion model of better husbandry practices and crop and livestock varieties has been a major source of productivity in agriculture, right? So diffusion of better husbandry practices, right? In Sri Lanka nowadays, we have different parties for that, ne? අපිට ඉන්නවා කෘෂි නියාමක ඉන්නවනේ, agriculture instructor ඉන්නවා, development office ඉන්නවා. ආයි කවුද ඉන්නේ? කවුද ඉන්නේ? කුප්පනීස ඔයම ඉන්න නම් ටිකක් තියෙනවා මට දැන් මතක නැහැ, right? So they are there and research officers are there and research institutes are there, right? So these research institutes, they find new knowledge and disseminate through the field officers, right? So it should be there because you have to diffuse, you have to make sure all the root level farmers and cultivators, all the people, they are getting the advantage from whatever the things, the knowledge that you already produced. තමන් ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරපු knowledge එකෙන් advantage එක ගන්නවා කියලා දැනගන්න ඕනේ. ඒක diffuse වෙන්න ඕනේ, right? So 1 minute please. Right. Agricultural development can be achieved through more effective dissemination of technical knowledge and narrowing the productive differences, right? So it is useless of generating new knowledge in the research institutes and other institutions if you are unable to disseminate it to the root level. නේ අපි කොච්චර දේවල් හොයාගත්තද කරන්නේ නැහැ නේ ඒක apply කරන තැනට ඒ knowledge එක disseminate වෙන්නේ නැත්තම්. So encourage farm management research and extension. So these programs should be there. This model always discuss about this. Then high payoff input model. The key to transforming a traditional agriculture sector to a productive source of economic growth is investment designed to make modern high payoff inputs available to farmers in poor countries, right? So that means we are identifying our farmers as කොහොමද? චන්දිකාල්ට කියන්නේ දුප්පත් අසරණ ගොවි ජනතාව. දැන් ওই දුප්පත්කමයි අසරණකමයි නැති වෙන්නේ නැද්ද? Because they are in the poverty vicious cycle නේ දුප්පත්කමේ අර චක්‍රිය තමයි හැමදාම ඉන්නේ. ඔන්න බයිසිකලයක් කන කර තියෙන ඔය ටික ඔක්කොම උගස් තියලා සල්ලි අරගෙන පොහොරයි මොනවාද අර මේ ගහන වල්නාශකයි ඔක්කොම ටික අරගෙන ඔන්න පටන් ගන්නවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් අස්වැන්න අරගෙන ඒක විකුණලා තමයි අර ටික බේරගන්න හිතන්නේ. හැබැයි ওই මැද්දේ දිත්ව හරි ගම් වතුරක් හරි නියඟයක් හරි ආවොත් අර ඔක්කොම චකබ්ලාස්තලා යනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මොකද වෙන්නේ? අර උගස් තියපු ඔක්කොම සින්නලා යනවා. ආයි දුප්පත්. ඊට පස්සේ ඊළඟ පාර දැන් අපිට එහෙම හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා. We were in research, right? So we found some people they abandon part of their land without farming. So we asked why, because they said no, sir, we don't have enough money to get the seeds and all the other infrastructures to cultivate. So what they do, they are doing just for the subsidy as a what do you call, as a subsistence farming, right? ඒක නිකන් ඒගොල්ලන්ට යැපෙන්න විතරක් ඒගොල්ලෝ චුට්ටක් හදා ගන්න. දැන් අක්කර හිතන්නකො පරම්පරාවෙන් ආපු අක්කර 10ක විතර ඉඩමක් තියෙනවා. අක්කර 3ක් විතර තමයි වගා කරන්නේ. ඒකද ඊටු ටික වගා කරගන්න කැපිටල් එක නැහැ. ඒ ටිකට සල්ලි නැහැ. කරන්න කිව්වට කරන්න බයයි. ණයක් කළවත් කරන්නේ නැහැ because right the uncertainty, the risk factor, right? Because due to this climate change, right, you can't expect ne? Since this is the drought period, August, right, September. So this period you can see dry spell, but we are experiencing heavy rains and even floods, right? So you can see the difference, right? That is because of the what? That is because of the climate change, right? So yeah, then focus on two aspects: how to create and provide new ways which generate higher payoff. Okay, yeah, I was talking about when you can find new ways to show the farmers, right? If you do like this, you can get better payoff. For example, the controlled environment, polytunnels, right? මෙහෙම හදන්න ඉප පොල් ටනල් එක හදන්න. එතකොට හැමදාම වැස්සත් එකයි පැවවත් එකයි වෙන්න මෙච්චරක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ලක්ෂ 5ක ආදායමක් මාසෙට. ඔය දාන්න. Right? So if you can practically show that one, definitely people will move forward. Otherwise, they will move away from the agriculture sector. So focus on two aspects: how to create and provide new ways which generate higher payoffs. How to increase the productivity of labor. Then the peasants in traditional agriculture systems were viewed as the rational, efficient resource allocators, right? So who are the peasants? How the peasants again? අන්දගොවියෝ කියන්නේ, right? අන්දගොවියෝ, so they don't have the ownership for the land and they are getting half of what is the ultimate production. And when they want to have a loan from a government institute or whatever the respected institute, they will reluctant to pay because there is no any security. නේ ඉඩමත් මගෙන මේ අන්දේට කරන්නේ මිනිස්සු වැඩේ කරගන්න බැරි ගෙව ගන්න බැරුණොත් කියලා බයයි. Right? Then the peasants, the same thing. Then new high payoff inputs were classified according to three categories: the capacity of public and private sector research institutions to produce new technical knowledge, then capacity of the industrial sector to develop, produce, and market new technical inputs, right? It should be marketed. Then the capacity of farmers to acquire new knowledge and use new inputs effectively. So you can see, right? Production, marketing, and use, all the things are combined in this model, right? Then the public policy, right? We are having different policies. Public policy is a course of action chosen by public authorities to solve problem and address an issue, right? Policy. If you have a policy document, it is very good legal background, right? You can take action, legal action, even supporting from the policy document, right? Public policy is expressed in the body of laws, regulations, policy frameworks implemented through programs and projects. A public policy decision defines how to achieve a particular strategic outcome, classifying what needs to be done and by whom, right? ඒක තමයි ඒකේ තියෙන්නේ. Okay, if you don't understand, please ask. Huh? So the public policy measures are classified into three groups: consumer-oriented policies, producer-oriented, and trade-oriented macroeconomic policies. What are these? Consumer-oriented the policies. Okay. Consumer-oriented policies. The policy decision aiming at improving overall food security and nutrition. Consumer ke පැත්තෙන් බලන්නේ. So outcome measures through modification of fuel taxes, social protection schemes, market support programs, nutrition and health assistance schemes, right? There are different policies. Ne? අපිට දැන් ලංකාවේ ඔන්න දැන් තෙල් මිල වැඩි වෙච්ච වෙලාවෙනේ ආණ්ඩුව දරාගත්තා. ඩීසල් වෙනුවෙන් රුපියල් 100ක් දරා ගන්නවා කිව්වා. රුපියල් 20ක් පෙට්‍රල් ලීටර් එකට. So they spend that money because to ease the stress or the heavy burden among consumer shoulders. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ කරේ තියෙන බර අඩු කරන්න ඒගොල්ලෝ මොනවා හරි දෙයක් කරනවා. ඒක තමයි consumer oriented policies. Then producer oriented policy decisions in support to producers through public procurement from farmers at fixed producer prices. නේ වී ගන්නවා අපි 120ට වී ගන්නවාමයි. Right, fixed price එකක් දෙනවා. Provision of productive inputs to smallholders. Right, productive inputs දෙනවා provision ඒගොල්ලන්ට මොනවා හරි ගන්න machinery ගන්න equipments ගන්න ඒවට loan scheme දෙනවා, right? So producer encourage කරනවා. Reinforcement of extension services, right? So extension services are there and they are very sluggish, right? They are very sluggish. හරීම හිමීට තමයි වෙන්නේ. මේ මොකක්ද අලුතෙන් variety එක release කරලා ඒකේ performance මෙහෙමයි කියලා variety එකේ release කරලා ඒකේ දෙවෙනි version එකක් තියෙනවා තමයි පළවෙනි එකේ extension program එක වැඩ කරන්න පටන් ගන්න. Right? That is not good. Then market support policies, right? What are the things, right? Ceiling price, floor price, market support, minimum quantity, natural resources management and regulations, then institutional and organizational changes. Okay. Okay, trend oriented and macroeconomic. Macroeconomic means you are thinking as a whole, right? In general, policy dimensions aimed at supporting consumers or producers through food import, right? Sometimes when, for example, in Sri Lanka, right? No need to have examples only from plantation sector, but for example, in the agriculture sector, earlier when the prices were so high for the rice per kilo, they had to import, right? Even still, also we are having imported rice, right? Food import to minimize the demand or to support the demand and minimize the prices fluctuation. Then tariff changes. Sometimes you are reducing tariffs. Sometimes you are increasing tariffs to imports to encourage local. What do you call the local sales? ලංකාවේ නේද? දැන් හිතන්නකෝ දැන් මොනවද ඉඟුරු කිව්වොත් නේ ඉඟුරු වලින් අපිට ලංකා ඉඟුරු ටික විකුණ ගන්න ඕනේ ඉම්පෝට් වල ලොකු ටැක්ස් එකක් ගන්නවා. ඒතකොට ඒක ගාන වැඩි හින්දා කියන ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වෙනවා. ලංකාවට හොඳ මිලක් හම්බ වෙනවා. Export restrictions, right? Sometimes some of the products produced in Sri Lanka, sometimes it might be more beneficial if you can export it to another country and get the advantage. But if you do so, what happens? The quantity remain in Sri Lanka might not enough for the local consumption. For example, coconut, right? You know, in Sri Lankan cuisines, each and every day you are using coconuts now, right? Coconut milk powder වෙන්න පුළුවන් නැත්නම් පොල් ගාලා එක මිරිකල ගන්න වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේද? Somehow you are using. But it is more beneficial if you can export it as desiccated coconuts. But in Sri Lanka, the priority is given for the local consumption. If you export whatever the produce that you can take from the plantations, then there is no that huge demand for Sri Lankan available coconuts. Again, prices will rise very quickly. රුපියල් 250ට පොල් ගෙඩියක් තිබ්බ කාලේ තිබුණානේ. Right? So that means that is also not good. So you have to have export restrictions, right? So you have to make sure that you are allowing the people or the local consumers to purchase or to consume whatever the intended amount that they want to use, they want to consume, and the rest of the product can be exported. That is how all the countries are behaving, because they are always prioritizing their own people. පිටරට දෙන්න කලින් තමන්ගේ මිනිස්සුන් දීලා ඉන්න බෑ. So implementation of bilateral and multilateral trade agreements, right? Again, you can have trade agreements. The hedging is not good one, right? But there are some trade agreements when others they don't have enough resources. What you can do, you can go and talk directly because of this type of agreements, and you can get the produce only for your country, right? If you have that agreement, then back, so public policy, you have consumer-oriented, producer-oriented, trade-oriented. If I ask you to write the differences, what do you call, demarcate, right? Consumer-oriented, producer-oriented, and trade-oriented, you should be able to do so. And then current agriculture policy in Sri Lanka. In 2007, Sri Lankan national agriculture policy was, the objective was to meet basic needs of the farming community in terms of food and nutrition security, enhance policy, employment opportunities and income through the adoption of technically feasible, socially acceptable, economically viable, and environmentally friendly agricultural production technologies, marketing and related strategies, right? So it's very lengthy one, but I didn't try to identify the key terms. So focusing areas, promoting of agriculture production, seeds and plant material, fertilizers, pesticides, agriculture machinery, irrigation and water management, land use, soil conservation, soil agriculture credit, agriculture insurance, and agricultural research. Okay, same. What are the areas focusing? Okay, this is also another agriculture policy definition. You can read 10 thematic areas to enter agriculture policy. So mission is creating a socially acceptable and sustainable food system in Sri Lanka. Okay, I'm sorry. So likewise, there are different thematic areas depending on the policy, right? Okay, there is the new document, right? You can download it. Otherwise, I will download and upload it to LMS, right? Try to find one. So there are new aspects already added because each and every version they are adding new aspects, right? For example, applying drone fertilizer, drone pesticides. උඩේ දැන් drone එකකින් ගහනකොට අල්ලපු අතරත් යන්න පුළුවන්. ඒවත් වෙන crop පැනලා තියෙන ඒක මැරෙනවා මේකට ගහන එක. Right? Okay, that's all about the policies where we can use and the things. Any questions? මං කියනවා තේරෙනවද? Am I too fast? සමහරව වේගෙන් ගියා ටික නම් තේරුණින්ද? But am I too fast? Then I can slow it down. Pramod, මොකද කියන්නේ? මං speed වැඩිද? තේරෙන්නේ නැද්ද?
Okay, sir. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ, sir.
තේරෙනව නේද?
ඔව් sir, ප්‍රශ්නයක්.
Right. Okay, then we completed the next part. All the theory part completed. So now it's 12:50, right? I skipped some of the parts where you can read this. Then we have development indicators, right? Before that, we'll have a break. If you want, you can have your lunch. So it's 12:50. We'll meet around 1:30. ඇතිනේ දේකලා විනාඩි 50ක් විතර ඇතිනේ.
ඇති sir.
Okay then, take your break.
Recording stopped.
if you not join, anyway, I'm going to start the lecture. So,
Recording in progress.
okay, we'll move to the next lecture. That is, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we discussed about okay, we discussed about the economic development as in general and how it affect for the agriculture sector, especially for the plantation sector. And what are the theories involved in understanding the economic development, right? So now we are going to learn about some of the economic indicators or the development indicators. Those are from the United Nations, or we call them as Sustainable Development Goals and Millennium Development Goals. So this part also I am going to give you a brief introduction actually, because all the things are available in the internet. So no use of having the same in repeat, but I'm going to specifically talk about the interaction or the how it relate with the agriculture, especially in the plantation sector, right? Okay, so this is a set of numerical measures of quality of life, right? So development indicators, as we mentioned, development cannot be concerned or cannot be identified in monetary values only, right? So monetary value වලින් විතරක් අපිට කියන්න බෑ රටක් දියුණු වෙලාද නැද්ද කියලා. So human indicators also there. So this is about quality of life. In general, illustrates the progress of a country in meeting economic, social, and environmental goals. Right? Developed and used by many institutes around the world because it's commonly accepted. Right? So these were before 2015 Millennium Development Goals. Now we have Sustainable Development Goals. First, but you have to identify how you have to have the basic understanding how it evolved, right? So earlier, the UN in 2000, they introduced these Millennium Development Goals. So formally endorsed by 191 UN member states. Again, රටවල් 191ම මේකට කැමැත්ත පළ කරලා මේක absorb කරගත්තා. Aim to counterattack poverty, right? So the quality of life can be improved by increasing or by alleviating the poverty. නේ දුප්පත්කම නැති කරන්න ඕනේ. දුප්පත්කම කිව්වහම මේක සාක්ෂරතාවය පිළිබඳ වෙන්න පුළුවන්, මුදල්මය වශයෙන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, එහෙම නැත්නම් health පැත්තෙන් වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේද? So that is illiteracy, hunger, discrimination against women, unsafe drinking water, degraded environment, right? So earlier it was 8 Millennium Development Goals. So you can look at these ones and you can see they are in different colors. So these colors are not similar in each and every country. So if you look at the Sri Lankan scenario, the colors are different if you look at it with the Australia or some other developed countries. So this indicator with the color also, it says whether you have achieved or whether you are in the warning zone or whether you have in the progressive positive zone, right? So here you can see the first one is eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, right? So then the second one, achieve universal primary education. You know, Sri Lanka is now far ahead with the education aspects, right? So, you know, the literacy rate also very high compared to all the other Asian countries. Then promote gender equality and empower women. Gender equality is also a concern. Then reduce child mortality, right? Reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, then combat HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases, right? So in Sri Lanka, we have dengue, right? Ensure environmental sustainability. Sustainability කියන එක වෙලා තියෙන දැන් පේනවද? Global partnership for development. So 8th aspect is about the partnership, agreeing to follow all the other 7, right? So those are the 8 Millennium Development Goals. But this is for your basic understanding. Now these goals are cascaded into some other goals, and we are not using these 8 goals, right? May goals එක 2015 වෙනකම් විතරයි, right? So I'm not going to talk about Millennium Goals, development goals one by one. You can read them out because all these things are there in the Sustainable Development Goals, right? So yeah. So then, after having this type of generic understanding, in 2015, that means that is 15 years plan, right? They identified these 8 goals were not enough to cover all the areas that they wanted to cover if they want to eradicate the poverty. So, Sustainable Development Goals introduced in 2015, the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. As I mentioned, now we are in a discussion about sustainability, right? Sustainability is a matter of fact where you have to think about the next generation's consumption and next generation's free living opportunities, right? Whether we are retaining or whether we are keeping a safer environment for their better growth and their progenies, right? ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ළමයින්ටත් ඉන්න පුළුවන් විදියට අපි හදලා තියෙන කෙනෙක්, right? It's collection of 17 goals. Earlier it was 8 goals. Now it is already cascaded into 17 goals. All the things covered in Millennium Development Goals, again covered in this aspect, and more specifically, some of the new areas also added, right? Set in 2015 by United Nations General Assembly, intended to achieve by 2030. So still we are under this, right? So now it is 2026. So we have another almost 4 years. And after that, the progress will be checked in each and every nation. And then only you can understand where you are, whether you achieve the goals or whether you are in the correct zone, right? Progression, right? So you can see here different colors. Colors last than right? ලංකාවට එනකොට ඔන්න බලන්න. Right? So you can see here, if it is red in color, it's critical, right? No poverty කියන එක achieve වෙලා නැහැ. මේ green color තියෙනවා achieve වෙලා ඇත්තටම. Good health. Now this is not the recent figures and this is not actually the okay. We'll first we'll look at the website, right? Wait. Sri Lanka. Okay, I will share the website, then you can understand, right? So this is the website, right? මේ දැන් මම log වෙලා ඉන්න website එක, so you can see Sustainable Development Council of Sri Lanka, right? Hope you can see not the presentation, the website. So you can see here, right? This is the council, and you can see what are sustainable development goals. You can read, right? No poverty is still in red zone. If I click it, what? End of poverty in all its forms everywhere by 2030. These are the goals, right? Cascade කරලා තියෙන්නේ. So you can see here, right? Then zero hunger, right? This is how Sri Lanka works towards the second goal. මොනවද කරන්න තියෙන්නේ? ලංකාවට ඒක tailor made කරගෙන තියෙන, right? So then good health and well-being. So you know, in Sri Lanka we are giving free health, right? It's a very good advantage. You can see it is in green color, right? By 2030, reduce the global maternity mortality ratio to less than 70 per 1,000 lives birth, right? ලංකාව එක achieve කරලා තියෙන. ඒකයි මේ පෙන්නන්නේ. කොළපාටින් පෙන්නන්නේ ඒකයි. Then quality education, right? So yes, we have good literacy rate, but you have to make sure, right? Ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education, leading to relevant and goal for effective learning outcomes, right? So these are different goals, right? Generic goals are there in the Sustainable Development Goal in the UN, and these are the goals defined for Sri Lanka. මේ ලංකාවට තියෙන goals ටික, right? So Then gender equality. What do you think about gender equality in Sri Lanka? While world has achieved progress towards gender equality and women's empowerment and the Millennium Development Goals, right? Women and girls continue to suffer discrimination and violence every part of the world, right? So, in the world context, most of the STEM organizations, right? Science, technology, engineering, right? So these areas are not clearly visible for the female, right? Then Lanka වුණත් ladies la pilot la hari adui, engineers la hari adui. So it should not like that, right? Even you have access to education when you go inside the corporate sector and in the government sector also. Sometimes even all the qualifications are completed by a woman. Being a woman will be a fact for the disqualification, right? So that is there, right? Because we are descending from patriarchal societies now, right? So in the patriarchal society, always father is the breadwinner, right? You know these things, I think. So the father is the breadwinner. Father do all the hard work and find the food to the table, right? And mother is the person who take care of all the children and look after the family, right? That is how it happened from the tribal era, right? So we are descending from this patriarchal society. This patriarchal hegemony still inside our veins, right? තාම අපේ ඇඟ ඇතුළේ තියෙනවා මේ ගෑණියුනේ පාරේ වාහනයක් කෙලවනකොටත් නේද අපි කියනවා පේනවනේ මේ ලෝන හැටි කියලා කියනවා, right? So that is there because of that perception. So even sometimes whether the particular person is acquired all the relevant required qualification, being a lady itself will be the major disqualification, right? So that is the ceiling that you need to break, right? Now in this badge also you are having majority of you are women, right? Girls, right? So that means since you are having the education, you are having all the technical skills and stuff, right? You have to prove to the society that you are also a capable citizen in Sri Lanka, irrespective to the gender, to perform in the relevant task, right? So if you can prove that, right, definitely you can break this barrier, right? So that is why now in most of the countries, most of the developed countries, they don't care, right? They don't care. In Sri Lanka also, at night after 6 or 7, right, people worried about if your daughter or your wife is along at out, right, in the city or somewhere, right? So you are worrying, right, whether she's coming back on time, why she's late. Now it's already late, right? So that concern is there because society always seeing some of the things differently. That is descending from that patriarchal era. ඒ කාලේ නම් ඒ ආපු දැක්ම තමයි තාම තියෙන්නේ. So if you want to have gender equality, first you have to wash off all these concepts, right? So in Sri Lanka nowadays, if you look at the urbanized areas, especially in the Colombo and all the other urban areas, now things are a bit different, right? People working respective to the male gender, right? Now they are evenly contributing. But if you look at the rural areas, some remote areas in villages, it is not like that. So as a whole, if you look at as a country, as a community, so you can't justify all the places are gender equal, right? That is not. So that means, that is why you can see the color is in red, not red actually. Red is, the color code also there, right? You can refer that. Then water, right? Clean water and sanitation. What about now I'm using this one because my presentation says the same thing, huh? So I'm taking presentation, you can read that. And trends, I will show you the trends. From there onwards I will talk. First we'll look at the website, right? Our website එක බලමු. මොකද website එකනේ most recent, right? So clean water and sanitation, right? Sri Lanka, we have access to clean water, but there's a question whether it is available for each and every citizen in Sri Lanka. If you look at all the drought areas, or now the dry areas like the central dry part and some of the corners where you can't find enough rainfall, right? So whether it is available and easily accessible to the drinking water. සමහර දැන් තියෙනවා නේද? අර තාමත් පෙන්වන්නේ ඔය හැම එකේම ඔය පෙන්වන්නේ නැහැ. If you want to look at the hardships that our citizens are facing, you need to watch what? Sirasa TV news. Sirasa විතරයි පෙන්වන්නේ නේද? අර ගම්මැද්ද කියලා projects. They are doing some CSR projects, right? So they are always showing us some of the villages still they don't have access to pure water, right? So likewise, you have to make sure, right? If you get a sample from Sri Lanka, from everywhere, if you can assure that each and every person, each and every citizen is having the liberty, the access to water, drinking water, proper drinking water anytime, that means you achieve that target, right? So you can see here, you can read these things, right? May website එකට ගිහලා බලන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඒකේ තියෙනවා කීකේවා. Then the seventh goal, affordable and clean energy. That's a question, right? In Sri Lanka, affordable and clean energy is a question, right? Because if we have sustainable energy source, or if we had during that the economic crisis and the fuel crisis, right? Nobody needs to be at the queues and die, right? So that means still we are depending on hydropower is there. It is totally depending on the natural sources, but the thing is, yes, it is recyclable and it is regenerative, but in the drought period, you can't find enough power generation from hydropower. So our alternative option is coal power and diesel, right? අපිට තියෙන diesel බලාගාරයි ගල්ලංගුරු බලාගාරයි නේ. So now if you look at the prices, right? Prices in the market and sometimes the supply chain, there are plenty of potential barriers where you can't find enough raw materials at the correct time. So that means it is not sustainable, right? So if you can go for wind farms, if you can go for solar farms, right? Now the projects are going on, right? Now some of the riverbeds and river lakes, now they are trying to convert into solar farms. And now I think you may have seen, right? These days, some of the photographs are sharing, right? There are some huge propellers transporting through containers and huge vehicles to some of the areas to install wind farms, right? So it's good because then it will support the national grid with sustainable renewable energy sources. So if you can fulfill your demand, your energy demand from sustainable sources, then you will have very good quality and cheaper energy for all, right? අපිට පුළුවන් නන්නේ wind farm සුළං විද්‍යුත් බලාගාර දැන් මේ දවස්වල අර දැක්කන ලොකු කන්ටේනර්ස් වගේ තට්ට දිගට අදගෙන ෆොටෝස් එක මොන තරම් ෂෙයා වෙනවා. දැන් ඒව හැදුනට පස්සේ ඊට පස්සේ දැන් සෝලර් ෆාම් හැදෙනවා. ඔය මෙගාවොට් ඔක්කොම එකතු වුණාට පස්සේ අපිට පුළුවන් නම් අපිට ඩීසල් සහ ඒවට යන වියදම අඩු කරලා සහ ඒක සස්ටේනබල් පැත්තට කන්වර්ට් කරගන්න අපි එනර්ජි අතින් very good position එකකට එනවා. හරිද? ඒක තමයි ඒගොල්ලන් එක plan එක. So that is why, right? If you want to have a good good development in a country, you have to have a strong political party in the power, right? So whether it is whatsoever the party, right? I am not biased into any party, but nowadays it is not a mixed party, right? Nobody is there to challenge the decisions because majority of them are from one single party. So they are trying to push forward with single decision. නේද? ඕකේ 151ක් ගන්නකොට අරයාගෙන් කෑල්ලයි මෙයාගෙන් කෑල්ලයි එහෙම අරන් තිබුණා නම් ඔය වැඩේ කරන්න ඔය ටික අමාරුයි. right? Then the eighth one, decent work and economic growth, right? So you have to have respect, right? Earlier in plantation sector, as I mentioned, they were like domes, right? So all the people are responsible to Sinnadore and Periyadore. What happens inside the plantation will stays inside the plantation. එහෙම නේද? Plantation at the mono plantation but nowadays things are different. They are unionized. social media power is also there, and voice also there, right? They have the voice, they can speak, they can bargain, right? Now they are getting higher wages, right? Per day, now they are getting 1,750 rupees. That is not the only amount that they are getting, because normally more than that they can get, because after working the norm that they allocated, for example, let's say a one plucker in uphill country should pluck around 20 kilos per day, right? But normally what they do, they can pluck more than that, sometimes 5 or 10 kilograms in addition. So that means their daily wage is not 1,750, more than that. Sometimes it's nearly 3,000. So that means now they are getting good wages, not salary actually, good wage, right? So that is good. And also the recognition for workers. For example, in the plantation sector, because now we are talking about the plantation sector now. So in the plantation sector, if you look at the people who are engaged in the plantation work are not recognized well, right, in the society, right? So okay, you are you work as a labor in the plantation. Kirikapandu then dalu kadana ekada karanne. Right? Likewise, they were misjudged, right, because of the societal hegemonies. As I mentioned earlier, today when we are starting this lecture also, when the Sudha started this business, plantation sector, the people, the Sri Lankan so-called citizens, they refused to work at plantation. That is why the labor imported from South India, right? And they kept inside the plantation. So that means they were always neglected, right? So still, even though now many generations has passed, still that hegemony, still that concept is in the mindset of the people, right? Local people. So that means, again, you have to think about that. That is about the plantation sector. For in other sectors also, because this is the sustainable development goals are not directly allocated for plantation sector, no. But in the total application, if you look at, there are some jobs, right? You will recognized as low, what do you call, the low cost jobs, right? එක කරන්න හොඳ එකක් නෙමෙයි. අපුවවද කරන්නේ නේ. Sir, need upload the presentation. No need. No need to upload personally, right? So as a group, one presentation is enough, right? So you're asking, sir, need to upload the presentation to LMS personally. No need. So I ask only 6 groups to do the presentation. So at the last page, you have to enter the index numbers of your group members. So one upload is enough. No need to upload more. Then right? Okay, so where were we? Right. Okay, so yes, there are some job roles actually. They are not recognized as good jobs, right? There are no good jobs and bad jobs, right? If you are doing the job correctly and you are loyal to the job, that would be fine. In some other countries, right? Normally, when you are parking the vehicle, the cleaner's vehicle and the manager's vehicle might be side by side, right? They are coming, right? They have their own lifestyle. So they are coming into the place where they work, they do the business, they do the job, and once they complete the task, they will go back to the family or the place where they live, right? So there is no such demarcation. So that is what this goal expect, right? So decent work and economic growth. Then what? The next one. Industry innovation and infrastructure, right? So here also how we support the industry with innovations, right? So for example, in the plantation sector, right? Innovations, right? They are going very sluggish speed, right? And right? Even there are plenty of cutting edge technologies in the world, we are not adapting them. Sometimes some of the what do you call some of the technologies are there, it is not affordable to Sri Lanka, right? It can be affordable for some of the parties, but as a whole, in generic, it is very difficult because of high capital costs. Sometimes because For example, now tea smallholders contribute more than the RPCs, regional plantation company smallholders contribute can. So they don't have enough money to purchase new technology, right? So they depend on whatever the traditional work that they used to do from their ancestors. Now they are continuing because they are getting the profit and that is enough. But they don't understand if they can move with high investment to cutting edge technologies that they can improve the production as well as they can get higher harvest. But the thing is, the drawback is they don't have money to invest on new innovations, right? So that is where the government should intervene and give the support, right? Sometimes the subsidiary prices or sometimes loan schemes for reduced what do you call the reduced interest rates, right? And okay, so I'm telling some examples, right? You can read and understand. Then the eighth one, yeah, decent work and economic growth we discussed. I'm sorry. Then ninth, industry innovation. Then the 10th, reduce inequalities, right? Again, the same thing that I mentioned, but different aspects, right? Inequalities, right? That should be there. Then the 11th one, sustainable cities and communities, right? So cities should be sustainable. If our cities are sustainable, right, it should be more greener, right? Because you have to balance the carbon emission, right? Whatever the carbon that emit through the buildings and the industries and the vehicles should be neutralized by the amount of trees that can absorb the carbon dioxide and undesirable gases. Right? So when you are designing the city, it should be like that. But in Sri Lanka nowadays, they are now the Colombo is very good, very clean, and most of the capitals, right, they are doing very good thing. But you have to make sure where you dump your what do you call the garbage, right? And where you allocate and how you keep the sewer system very cleanly, right? Where you dispose hazardous chemicals and how you separate the garbage, right? Polythene, raw food, right? Likewise, and අපි ඔක්කොම වෙන් කරලා තියලා ඇවිල්ලා අර මොනවද කුණු එකතු කරන ලොරියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ඔක්කොම ටික එකට දාගෙන යන වෙලාවල් තියෙනවා. හරි දුකයි ඒකට, right? So it shouldn't be like that. So you have to make sure that you are disposing things very clearly and cleanly, and you are making very good. Then ලංකාව ගත්තොත් බලන්න බීරය එහෙම කාලයක් දකින්න ගන්න දෙයක් නැහැ නේ. ඒක අර මොනවාද ඒක බ්ලූම් වෙලා ඒක ග්‍රීනිෂ් කලර් වෙලා නේද? ඊට පස්සේ ඒක ළඟදී හොඳට හැදුවා. දැන් මේ වෙලාවේ තත්ත්වය කොහොමද දන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි තාම ටිකක් පිරිසිදු තියෙනවා, right? So likewise, cities should be sustainable, right? Then responsible consumption and production, right? So we have to make sure that we are producing responsibly. That is why the glyphosate, right? So if you are working in a plantation sector, agriculture sector, you know, right? So as a weedicide, we frequently applied glyphosate, but glyphosate is not accepted. If you apply glyphosate and if it is detected in the MRL level when you're exporting into the European market, definitely you will be sued, right? So whatever the shipment that you want to ship will not be happen, right? So because that the MRL level, that means you should not apply glyphosate, right? You have to go for integrated weed management, integrated pest management, right? So you have to find some sustainable approaches to minimize chemical applications. So when you produce, it should be responsible. For example, GM foods, genetically modified foods, whether it is suitable for our health, right? And you know, sometimes, for example, that is not from the plantation sector, in the poultry sector, right? So normally there are some shops they are selling meat, especially chicken, right? They said only this is I mean very fresh, right? Clean today morning. They hadapu dawase Google mas කියලා. So normally, if you can feel the taste of some of the outlets, right? Some of the local outlets, And some of the branded outlets like outlets or branded products who are keeping the certification, right? ISO and G, good manufacturing practices. Like, I'm not going to talk about the brands, but most of the so-called brands, right? Who have the meat products, right? So the taste also different, because now, normally it requires around 45 days at least to have a well-grown chicken for the processing. But if you apply more hormones and you induce more chemicals and some of the additives, right, you can get the harvest, or you can kill it in quicker time. So what happens if the concentrations are high inside these animals' meat? It will be accumulate inside our body, right? So you will experience some hormonal issues. You will experience some other disorders, right? So you have to make sure when you are producing, it should be responsible, right? There are plenty of examples that I can say, right? You can read, right? Plenty of things. Then the next one, climate action. This is very important for the plantation as well as for the agriculture sector. Nowadays also we are experiencing El Nino, right? That is why even in the dry spell, we are experiencing rains, but rains not here, the island wide, but it is for the upcountry, right? There are places where the rain has now seen around 1 or 2 months time, right? මාසයක් දෙකක් විතර වැස්ස දැකපු නැත්නම් ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා, right? And you can't expect the weather patterns, right? Earlier, right? Monsoonal, right? Southwest, northeast, intermonsoonal, you can predict, right? While you are predicting, right? You can have your cropping cycle, right? Then palakaranda kali, then wastan nelando. Now you can't say. Sometimes continuously throughout the month, throughout 2 or 3 months, right? Continuous rain. So it is very difficult to forecast, right? That is because of the climate action. Then so long, what do you call the prolonged drought periods, right? So you don't have enough water for even drink, right? So that is the climate action, right? So you have to make sure you are getting good precautions, good actions to be resilient with all the climatic impact, right? Resilient වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ඔරොත්තු දෙන්න මොනවද කරලා තියෙන්නේ, right? Food ප්‍රශ්නයක් ආවත් ඒකට කොහොමද මුහුණ දෙන්නේ? Then the 14th one, life below water, right? How you protect life below water. I think you may remember the incident, the Express Pearl ship, right? Burned in our nearby, in our sea territory. And it causes a lot of damages for sea creatures, right? Especially for the turtles, fish, and some of the corals, right? Still, we were unable to replenish, actually cover that cost, right? Because there was a court case, and somehow due to the mismanagement and some of the dumb politicians' actions, it was under the carpet, right? Carpet, right? Now they are trying to take it back and try to get that what do you call the fine, right? Still they couldn't get that, right? So you have to make sure they're not getting the money, but to protect, not to happen it again, right? Because that is how you have to protect. So otherwise, if you are experiencing, sometimes there are some oil spills, right? In Sri Lanka, in our Sri Lankan seas, it is very rare, but some of the places, right, oil spill, it's huge damage, huge cost to the environment. Then what? Life on land, same way, right? So because humans are not the only animal on the land who should thrive, right? මනුස්සයා විතරක් ජීවත් වුණොත් ඇති කියන concept එක අයින් වෙන්න ඕනේ. සත්තුන්ටත් ඉන්න තැනක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. That is why when you are establishing highways, you are establishing some crossroads for animals as well. ගස් සිටෝල එහෙම නේද? දැකලා තියෙනවා නේද? සමහර තැන්වල අපි යනකොට එක highway කොහෙද තැනක හම්බ වෙනවා මට මතකයි. මම හිතන්නේ Southern Express එකේ. උඩින් වෙනම කැලේ වගේ හදලා සත්තුන්ට මාරු වෙන්න තැනක් හදලා තියෙනවා, right? Because otherwise they will detach from the ecosystem. Sometimes they will not get enough water because water is at the other side. So you are creating a barrier like highway, right? So they can't cross, right? So that is not good because ultimately it will reduce the density of that species. If it is an endemic species, definitely sooner or later it will vanish from the land. So the main cause is the human actions, right? So you have to make sure to get good remedies to avoid that type of causes, right? Then what? The 16th one, peace, justice, and storing institutions. Strong institutions, right? Strong institutions. Now in Sri Lanka, if you can remember this current government, one of their main emphasis was the law should be at the top and all should be under that, right? Even the politicians also under the law, right? නීතියට ඉහලින් කවුරුත් නොසිටිය යුතුයි. සියලු දෙනාම නීතියට යටත් විය යුතුයි, right? ඉස්සරත් එහෙම තමයි තිබ්බේ. හැබැයි නීතියට උඩින් තමයි සමහර මිනිස්සු හිටියේ, right? ඒතකොට ඒ තැන්වලදී නීතිය වෙනත් විදියකටත් සමහර මිනිස්සුන්ට ඒ නීතිය වෙන විදියකටත් ක්‍රියාත්මක වුණේ ඒකයි. So if you have strong institutions, peace and justice, people will fear to do wrong things, right? So if you want to do harm to the environment, to humans, or some bribing or robberies, right? Nobody will attempt because they know if something goes wrong, definitely they will get caught and the results will not be favorable, right? Early it was not like that. Once you get caught, right, just one phone call to the most strongest politician, the next day you will be out, right? So that is not the good thing. So in Sri Lanka now it's a good drive, right? All now these days you can see ප්‍රවෘත්ති බැලුවොත් නේ අද අර ඇතුළට දැම්ම කියන මේ ඇතුළට දැම්ම කියන අර අල්ලසර ලක්ෂ 10ක් දුවලා වහුණා කියන, right? It's good, right? It should be. Then people are fear to do wrong things, right? Then the last one, partnerships for the goals, right? So that means, again, as the Millennium Development Goals, if you can remember, there were 8 goals. The 8th one is about agreement of all the parties to follow all the other establishments. Here also, the 17th one is about partnerships for the goals, right? So you, as a mandate, right, you agree all the other nations, okay, we are going to follow these sustainable development goals. All the other 16 sustainable development goals will be achieved during this pre-decided time frame. That means 2030, right? So that is the agreement. So 17th means how far, at what percentage you agreed, or what percentage your progress after 2030. අපි කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් මේකට ඇඩ්ඩිය වෙලා තියෙනවද, right? So it says, right, කොහොමද අපි කරලා තියෙන්නේ, what are the steps you have taken, all the things are here, right? Okay, so we will go back to the presentation then, right? It's good, no? මේ ටික කියනකොට අරගෙන පෙන්නලම කිව්වම හරි. Okay, so then this part. So look at these arrows, right? No poverty. Now we are increasing. That means we are achieving, right? On track, maintaining SDG achievement. What is this? Moderating, improving. Zero hunger. Stagnating. What is stagnating? Gender equality stagnate. එක තැනක තියෙන එතනින් එහාට තාම යන්නේ. Decreasing. Life on land. Okay, right? එක උන තියෙන කියලා මේක තියෙන්නේ. So we have different indicators like gross domestic product, right? The total value of final goods and services produced within a country in 1 year, usually used to convert to US dollars. Then gross national product, total value of all finished goods and services produced by nation's permanent residents, right? Because gross domestic means all the people who are working in other countries are also taken into account. But gross national product means only the local production, people who are living inside the country. Then GNP per capita, the calculated as GNP derived by population, usually expressed as you can see US dollars is the main the currency, right? But it might sooner or later it might change. That is what I believe, right? මේ යන විදිහට ගියොත් අනිවාර්යෙන් මේක වෙනස් වෙයි. යුවන් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, yen වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, වෙන මොකක් හරි වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, Indian rupees වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, right? A common indicator used for measuring development, but imperfect. Calculations doesn't consider certain forms of production such as subsistence production, because when you think about the total production in a paddy field, right? So you can't assure that the total amount you produce inside that paddy field will be in the market, because proportion of it definitely kept in their houses for their daily consumption. අපි මොනවද කියන්නේ we ගත්තට පස්සේ නේද අපි ගොයන් කැපුවට පස්සේ තියෙන ඔක්කොම මාකට් දැන් අපි ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක තමයි ගලන්නේ. හැබැයි එතනින් ප්‍රමාණයක් අපි ගෙදර තියාගන්න ඕනේ ගෙදර පරිභෝජනෙට. ඒතකොට ඒක අතන්ට account වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද? ඒක උදාහරණයක් නේ. Right, okay. So development indicators, some crude birth and death rates per 1,000 heads, right? Can be used as the overall measures of the state of healthcare and education in a country. Yet these numbers do not give a full picture of nation situation, right? Making full picture in there, but still it is there and they are following to get the decisions, right? So CBR means crude birth rate. CDR means crude death rate. So you can see the total number of live births in a calendar year, right? Calendar year කියන්නේ කවද? ජනවාරි පළවෙනි දින දෙසැම්බර් 31ට. Estimated mid-year population. ඒ mid-year එකේ population එක කොච්චරද කියලා බෙදලා බලන්න. එතකොට ඒකට කොච්චර live births ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවද? ඒක තමයි ඒක 1000න් වැඩි කරනවා. right? CN නෙමෙයි මතක තියාගන්න. Crude death, total number of deaths in a calendar year, right? Estimated mid-year population, right? You can understand these things from infant mortality rate. The number of infants dying before reaching 1 year of age per 1,000 live birth in a given year, right? So you can understand. Literacy rate, the rate or the percentage of people, මෙතන 100න් වැඩි කරලා දෙන්නේ 1000න් නෙමෙයි. People who are able to read and write simple statements, right? So you can understand the capacity of Sri Lankans, right? I don't think there are people in Sri Lanka nowadays who can't even read or write at this basic, right? A useful indicator of the state of education within a country. If you go to places in India, some of the estates, right, you can find plenty of people who don't even know how to read the letter. All right. Okay, so literacy rate, number of people aged 15 to 24 years who are literate, divided by total population in the same age group. Age group right? 200. Life expectancy, right? In Sri Lanka, what is the life expectancy rate? Covered again by Lanka, Mela life expectancy rate kill. Yes. What is the life expectancy rate? I think it's around 78 to 80. Early it was 82 or something. Now it must be reduced. 78ක් 80ක් වගේ ගානක් තිබුණේ. Right. Can be used as an indicator of the life, healthcare quality in a country or province, right? So if you have good healthcare in your country and it is free, right? Definitely when and where you need support for healthcare, definitely you can have, right? Level of sanitation, right? So ලංකාවේ කොහොමද sanitation අපි කොහොමද අත හොදලා ගන්න අපිට හම්බෙන කෑම ගුණාත්මක භාවයක් තියෙනවද, right? Provision of care for elderly, right? Elders ලා බලන්නේ කොහොමද ඒගොල්ලන්ට facilities තියනවද, right? ළමයි බලා ගන්නවද නැත්නම් ඒවට වෙනම elder homes තියනවද, right? all are there. The human development index, so HDI is composite එක mix එකක්. මොකේද? Life expectancy, education, mean years, schooling index මේ ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා composite එකක් තමයි human development index එක එන්නේ. So if you can Google, you can find these things. No need to buy hard. This is in general your understanding. It is for your understanding, right? Okay. Any questions you can ask? මොනවා හරි තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න පුළුවන්. This message. It is 70. Okay, 70 ද මං හිතුවේ 80 විතර කියලා. Life expectancy කීයද බලන්න මේ කෙනෙක් 70ට වඩා වැඩි මට හැදෙන්නේ. ලංකාවේ life expectancy කීයද? See, it's 77.8 years. Women live longer than men. ඒක ඇත්ත නේද? With a female life expectancy is about 80 years. පිරිමි තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලා මැරෙන්නේ. හරි? Anyway, it's 70 and 80 නේ. 70 male expectancy roughly 70. Yeah. 78ක් 80ක් වගේ තමයි තියෙන්නේ නේ. මේ total average 70 හරි මම කිව්වා. නේ. Okay, global rank around 70th worldwide. ලෝකේ 70 වෙනි තැනට ඉන්න. හරි. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, that's all about the part. ඉවර නෑ තව තියෙනවා. Some slides, right, I will share because since you are having only 2 days, right, I want to cover most of the parts. Aging. Okay, human resource. Okay, look at this one. Human resource development, because now we discussed about the human index, right? So if you look at the plantation sector, right, earlier the social development is a dream in the plantation sector, right? Because they used to live earlier means within previous 2 decades, right? They initiated some movements. Before that, they were living in line rooms, right? Line rooms. So the sanitary practices, societal conditions, right? They are not very good actually, because they are living very close by and their compartment or the living space also restricted and they are using common toilets. So that means, again, it will affect for the quality of life, right? Because normally within one room there might, because in one family they have 3 or 4 children, right? So they are living in the same space, and in adjacent also, right, they are living another family like that. And in the opposite room, normally if you can see, right, if you visit the upcountry, still you can see these line rooms. These line rooms, you can see some of the line rooms, they have very small space, but each and every space on top of their roof, they have a dish TV, dialogue, go, Sato, whatever. Inside, there's a huge television. So in one place, they are watching a Tamil movie or something. In other adjacent place, they are watching another Hindi or something. Always the noise pollution, right? මෙලෝදයක් ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ. මැද්දට ගියාම ගෙදරක දෙමළ ෆිල්ම් එකක් බලනවා, අර ගෙදර සින්දු දාලා මේ ගෙදර බීලා කෑ ගහනවා, right? So they are intoxicated, right? Quality of life is very, very pathetic, right? So think about the child education, right? People, the kids of these families, how they live, how they used to grow up inside this type of a setup. So how can they do their homework, their education, right? So they also get used to work, or not work actually, they are also 1 minute. Okay, sorry. Then that was the condition, right, in the plantation sector. Now, with different movements, different initiatives from the government and from the plantation sector and from some of the NGOs, now they are given separate place. So in this picture, you can see still the house is very small, but they have their own space. Ne? They have their own space, own land. It is very good, right? So that is how they uplift, right? So these figures you can read. social and capital in plantation, the networks of relationship among people who live and work in part of society enabling society function effectively. So you can see, right? Now they have different groups, micro, what do you call the societies, right? They are saving money and sanasa like structures, right? So they are unionized. That's also good, right? Human skills, resource management. Yeah. No need this part, right? Okay. I already explained the things you need to know. Then we'll move to the next one. If you have any questions, any doubts, right, you can ask. මොනවද ප්‍රශ්න අහන්න පුළුවන්. මම අර වැඩි additional දෙයක් ඔයාලට පෙන්නුවේ මේ. Okay. This is the next part. I'm trying to cover as much as possible. Then it's easy for the next day. Okay. Population growth, aging and urbanization in rural urban migration. So if you look at the population growth, right, nowadays, if you remember the census and statistic record, මේ දවස්වල news වල එහෙම කිව්වා. ලංකාවේ මොනවද දැන් තියෙන trends? ලංකාවේ මිනිසුන්ගේ trends ටිකක් කියන්න බෑ කාටද මතක නැහැ? If you can remember what are the trends, what are the things that they discussed in the recent census? Please talk. මං විතරයි කතා කරන්නේ. Yes, anything you remember? Nothing? TikTok. What is TikTok? Political. Smartphones. Yes. So, yes. So in the recent census, right, marriage presentation, yeah, and getting divorced, I think, right? Then the social media. So most of the crowd or the potential people who not need actually, who wants to get married at their ages, now they're reluctant to get married because of the uncertainty of their financial conditions, right? Sometimes uncertainty of the current country situation, right? So they used to live alone, right? And marriage presentation is reduced. And if you look at the childbirth rate also reduced, right? Earlier it was very high, right? ළමයි හදන එක නවත්තලා. So these indicators give very good sign, right? Very good understanding about the prevailing society, the prevailing community. So total number of humans living in the earth during the specific time period you can get as population, right? So it captures the yeah, world population, no need, right? Basic things, no. මට මෙතන කතා කරන්න ඕන දෙයට, right? So the basic issue, underdevelopment and unequal utilization of global resources between rich and poor, I discussed. The world's population is very unevenly distributed by geographic region, fertility and mortality levels, age structures. So geographic, more than 3/4 of the world's people live in developing countries. See, right? More than 3/4, right? 4/3ක්ම ඉන්නේ developing countries. Fewer than 1% in four lives in an economically developed nation, right? 4න් 1යි develop වෙච්ච එක ඉන්නේ. So population growth, fertility and mortality levels, the rate, yeah, no need. Right. So I want to say, right, when you don't have enough young blood inside the society, that means very difficult to get the support for the production or for the economy, right? If your country is well developed, right, you will have more elderly people because the elder care is very high. For example, in Japan, ජපානයේ ඉන්න වයසක මිනිස්සු ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි. ඒක හොඳයි. But from the other hand, it is not good if you don't have enough young blood who can support to the industry, right? Age structures. Population is relatively youthful in the developing countries. පේනවද? ඇයි growth rate එක වැඩි හින්දා. As of 2011, children under age 15 constitute more than 40% of the total population of low-income countries. Low-income countries වල අවුරුදු 15ට අඩු ළමයි 140. ඒකේ මොකක්ද දෙන ඉන්ඩිකේටර්? What is the indicator that we can get? That means the child birth rate is high. නේ? But in developed countries, they are reluctant to have babies. නේ? ඒකනේ හේතුව. ඔක ultimately අද නෙමෙයි බලපාන්නේ. අපි ළමයි හදන්නේ නැහැ කිව්වට production එකට බලපානවා. So, youth dependency ratio, the proportion of people under age 15 to working population age 16 to 64 in a country. වෙනවද? සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 15ට අඩු අය තමයි සලකන්නේ youth dependency කියලා. හරිද? 16ත් 64ත් ඉන්න අයගේ. Then we have population pyramids, right? So this part I want to emphasize, right? A graphic depiction of the age structures of the population with age cohorts plotted on the vertical axis, and either population shares or numbers of males or females in each cohort on the horizontal axis. The Median population pyramid there. So you can see here, right? These are males and females, and this is the age, right? So you can see the majority represents 10 to 14, right? 10 to 14, 15 to 19. Teenagers are there, right? So this is, so you can see here, population pyramid for developed and developing countries. So this is developed countries. So you can see it's very thin, but for the developing countries, it is like this, right? So you can't find people from the more than 85 plus, right? But here you can see some, right? Ladies, females, already. Right? Developed countries, low youth dependence ratio, right? Issues low population growth, old age dependence over 65. I very good in now. Developing countries, high youth dependency, right? Right. Hidden momentum of population growth. මොකද්ද මේකේ hidden momentum එක? The phenomenon whereby population continues to increase even after a fall in birth rates because the large existing youthful population expands the population base of potential parents. හරිද? ඔය ඉන්න සෙට් එක තමයි කවදාද parents ලා වෙන්නේ. So if they reluctant to do so, නේද? ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ආය ආව නැත්නම් එතන ඉහළ නවතිනවා, right? I think you understood. Expansive, constructive, right? Okay, you can read this. Constructive, yeah. This is for your reading, right? Is there in Sri Lanka population pyramid? This is in 2019, right? We'll check the recent one as well. Is it good population growth? Is it good or bad? Given that there is a fixed quantity of land, population, fixed quantity of population growth will eventually reduce the amount of resources that each individual can consume, ultimately resulting in disease, starvation, and war, right? So always, if you can experience war and starvation or disease, because somehow the nature can balance things, right? අපි මේ මරව මේව තියාගන්නකොට නේචර් එක දාන්න ලස්සනට ඉඩ මදිච්ච ගමන් ලෙඩක් හැදෙනවා. මොකක් හරි වසංගතයක් ඇවිල්ලා කොවිඩ් හරි මොකක් හරි ඉන්න මිනිස්සු භාගයක් විතර මරලා දානවා. ඊට පස්සේ එක්ක සුනාමියක් හරි එනවා. right? එහෙම නැත්නම් යුද්ධයක් ඇති කරගන්නවා. resources මදියනකොට resources තියෙන තැනින් ගන්න හදනවා. If they are not willing to share their resources, definitely there will be an argument. Ultimately it will escalate to a war. Right? It doesn't මිනිස්සු මරා ගන්නවා. right? Soldiers ලා විදියට ගියත් patriots හරි මොනවා වුණත් මිනිස්සුනේ මැරෙන්නේ. So ultimately, lives lost, right? Balance, sustain, right? Population growth would depress living standards in long run, right? Population growth, consequences of rapid population growth, increased poverty and inequality. Large family size and low incomes restrict the opportunities of parents to educate all their children, right? If you have large family, let's say 5 or 6 children per family, that means what? Sometimes you are not affordable all the education materials and giving tuition fees for the 5 children, right? So that means you are focusing on 1 or 2 smart buddies, right? So others will stay inside the house. Mega ඉස්සර ඈත අතීතයේ ලංකාවේ වෙච්ච දෙයක්, right? High fertility harms the health of mothers and children, right? අර එක දිගට ළමයි හදන එක අම්මලාට හොඳ නැහැ. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? සමහරට ඒක මේ මොකද්ද කියන්නේ ඒක fatal වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් මරණීය වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. Lowest per capita income growth. Feeding the world's population is made more difficult, right? Contributes to environmental degradation because you are utilizing all the available whatsoever the resource available in the land and the water, right? Increases international migration, both legal and illegal, right? It's obvious. So urbanization, the increasing number of people that live in urban areas. Okay, you can understand urban bias, the notion, yeah, no need. Means urbanization, right? In Sri Lanka, why people normally plantation sector, people now very now since the what do you call the daily wage increased, right? 4,750. Now people coming back from the Colombo area. ඉස්සර කොළඹ වැඩ කරාව මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා හොටෙල් වල වේටර් වැඩවලට. හරි මොනවාට හරි කොළඹ වැඩ දෙනවා. මොකද ප්ලාන්ටේෂන් වල හම්බෙන පඩිය මදි. දැන් අර පඩිය වැඩි කරපු ගමන් අර මෙහෙ තියෙන ජොබ්ස් ටික දාලා මේ මිනිස්සු දැන් වතු වලට වැඩට ගිහිල්ලා ඉන්නේ. right? ඒ වගේ දේවල් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So you should balance the rural urban migration, right? Otherwise it will create more questions, right? Okay, so yeah, I didn't discuss one by one, but you can read them out and all the things are available in the module as well. Right, then the environment development. I will, there's another one lecture slide that I wanted to discuss today, but I don't think that I can cover it today, right? Since I want to conclude here, I will start this one. I will cover it in the next. Yeah, I will cover it in the next session, right? Okay, so I'm going to stop here. Any question you need to ask? Yeah, any question? You can insert, you can discuss with your group members about the index numbers, right? Put your index number at the last line before uploading. දෙක තුනක් upload කරන්න පස්සේ මම මගේ එක තනියම හැදුවේ කියලා දාන්න එපා. හයක් තිබ්බම ඇති. ඒ හයට තමන්ගේ index numbers ටික add කරලා තියන්න. Right? Okay. So yeah, I'm going to stop right here. So if you have any questions, you can ask in the next time also. I think you have my number because we all are in the same WhatsApp group, right? So you can directly ask any question if you want. Next time, we will do the projects, policies and things, right? So it is also a major part of this topic. Yeah, that's all, right? So yeah, PPT, yes, I'm going to give you the PPTs, right? Don't worry, I will share all the PPTs with you. And also you have the book with you and all the things there and here, right? You can get enough knowledge. Yeah, I will share the slides, don't worry. What else you want? That's all. Okay, welcome. So then see you next week, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Recording stop.